you. I really feel privileged and honored to be in this room. I wish I could stay, but there's so much to do. But I encourage you to keep engaging, at least for the first quarter of this year. But please represent us well as the local government. Speak with dignity, speak with respect, speak with understanding, and I'm sure you're not going to shut anybody's shop before June. Thank you and God bless.
Picture. Oh.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
I hope we are all enjoying this session. Are we all enjoying the session? No one else. Are we enjoying this session? Right. So for now, if you have questions or questions, you can begin to put them together, or you can stand up and ask.
My first question concerning the strength. It's about the strength those that have what those that not have is like schools and not industries, not many people want to pass. How are you going to do that? That's my question.
You mentioned about what industry and you want to. Okay, now let me tell you something. This trend is just one of the forms of enforcing payment of income tax. There is action for recovery of tax. Are you with me? And that is because the law knows you cannot use this trade to carry out all enforcement. So you have to now look for the one that is most suitable for the business sector or the business category you intend to carry out your enforcement. Now, the director talked about perishable goods the other time. Any goods that are likely to expire, any goods that can perish within a short period of time, you cannot destroy them. Fine, we have the power to carry out this trade. We cannot carry out this trade until the expiration of 14 days from the date of seizing the goods, right? But there is no law that says we cannot leave it for 1 year. And that's why you cannot take the risk of carrying perishable goods. Because if you think you'll be able to auction within a short period of time, and we are not able to auction, then those things will expire. So for those people, what you use is action for recovery of tax. And now, in our law, in our state law, we now have high courts and magistrate courts that will be designated as revenue courts, which will make our matters have a speedy hearing. Are you okay with that? So please don't sit like that. You can change if you have to. Hello, I want to know. So, my question is after all the letters have been like that. I have something like a mobile such a way that instead of paying, they can get those at the sports or something like that. Instead of going to this years of carrying, I was suggesting we carry yeah, in the law, there's also provisions for the establishment of mobile revenue courts. But we have to be careful. In this, at the state level, we do not only enforce payment of personal income tax, we also enforce payment of some levies and rates. A revenue court will not have jurisdiction to entertain issues, disputes on enforcement of income tax. Are you with me? If we want to collect road taxes, if we want to collect business premises, if we want to collect money for fire service, all those fees, revenue court can entertain matters in respect of enforcement of all those fees. I mean the mobile revenue court. But the mobile revenue court will lack jurisdiction to entertain disputes on enforcement of income tax. So we need to understand that line. When you look at the state law, the jurisdiction of the courts in the state law also covers even local government entities. If a local government now wants to enforce payment of any of their own levies, they can go to that magistrate court or that mobile revenue court that will be established, and they can also go to the high courts. So, but for the federal law, which is the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, when we want to enforce, and we are not going by district, we have to go to the high courts. Or the tax.
My question was an interaction for the taxpayer yesterday. And we had to say, Madam, I can see you are a tax person because of your uniform. Please, I need to understand more about the new tax law. After trying to explain to you, he now said something not for the private company, the gas company in Lagos. And they are being that is not earning up to the minimum wage and is still being taxed. But what is the way out for him or for them? Now that they are not meant to be being taxed, and yes, they are still being taxed, how do they go about?
I want to understand your question, please. Do you mean before now? Okay, the employees that are not earning up to minimum wage, they were being taxed. Is that what
They are being taxed, but the first still have potential.
in which state?
Lagos.
Okay. I think I understand. I think I understand your question, and that is why you, even if you look at it, when there was a court judgment that consumption tax is illegal, and the court ruled that the Lagos State, that the hotel occupancy and restaurant consumption tax law of Lagos State was null and void. After that judgment, they only filed that appeal, abandoned it there, and they kept collecting their consumption tax until this new law now expressly repealed all consumption tax laws. Now, what am I trying to say? The issue of minimum wage has been in Peter, it's amended. In the minimum wage act itself. Now, so many states still continue to collect little income tax from these people. If you don't write to complain or object, and you don't fight at the appropriate time, how do we know that your staff are supposed to be exempted? In my capacity as a legal advisor of the service, we have entertained letters from businesses stating that their staff earn below so, and they were not supposed to pay income tax. We agree with them. They will only pay development levy. They will pay other relevant levies and rates they are supposed to pay.
Thank you for your question. One thing, your two things is involved. One, we have some organizations that are dubious in terms of their accountant. One thing, if I have the opportunity to make that of taxpayers, the taxpayer should also ask for or go directly to Lagos Internal Revenue Service and remain his tax clearance. Deductions can be made from that taxpayer and not remitted to Lagos Internal Revenue Service. That's one. Then secondly, the accountant or the payroll manager of the organization, I don't even know the law. What is operating? Lagos Internal Revenue Service, Lagos Internal Revenue Service will not ask any salary like below minimum wage. But if the accountant does and ready to Lagos State Revenue Service, they will not say to my collect money back. Open that so it's knowledge gap. It's knowledge gap. And even the taxpayer. So the best thing is that if you educate the accountant that this is nonsense, why the accountant will do it? Because if Lagos State Revenue will not tax what they will not tax the someone is telling you below minimum wage. And even the return is fine. They not pay the or someone is claiming below minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say something about the enforcement. I know that some of my colleagues entertain what all the matters the street, more church. We need not to worry. I understand the fact that we have many taxpayers. But the only language we understand is the language of the street. Not of the church. They are not ready to comply. Yes, we have some money. But I want you to understand the fact that with enlightenment, as education, this will reduce drastically. And only involve that we put in more effort in doing our duty. Let us all work serve all citizens and make sure that you have good service. After you have exhausted all these constituents, we still have ways through which we can enforce huge statutory on Barrister mentioned seizing the items when which we defended, they look somehow to win this generation and not be the best way to go because they are trying to pass and you know the source. But good enough, you still have other means. We go through legal means to recover our business. Only that we will not be applying legal in mosquito. Because we not just go to the process and the court case against how much are we collecting from that person? Then the effort and the night. So, but I want to believe that with proper certification for just one and doing your due diligence, you only will be left with few. It's actually the taxpayer that we will need to apply some level of cost to recover our tax liability from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So we'll be going back, please, for now. Let's go back to the discussion section. Then some of you can write your questions. I feel it's better we write the questions so we can easily, instead of passing the mic and wasting time, we manage our time judiciously. And so our discussion session, I want to give us maybe a short time. Let's say like 5 minutes. Maybe you can exceed the 2 minutes a bit for each question so that we manage our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister Ayala, for that wonderful. So I shall be directing this question to Mr. Jose. From the implementation standpoint, what does EKRS organization, what challenges do we face or do we expect from the implementation standpoint? Talking about the new tax reform.
Thank you. To us at EKRS, it might look small as a state. Our revenue might not be as big as one. But I want to tell you that EKRS is a model in internal revenue service in Nigeria for today. I know calls that I'm getting from one quarter that Ambassador, how you doing it in the state? In the last 3 years, it has always been the news. Somebody even called me from Bayelsa State last night. And Ambassador, in the last 3 years, I don't know if I can say they have been the news in terms of revenue. 2 years ago, the growth rate we are the one. The mention of 1 point in last year. Then this year again, we are the first state to sign the domesticate the law into tax the domesticate the law. Now, what are you doing different? I told you, I said that God, then we have more a dynamic leadership style that's think far ahead before this policy comes to me. Before this law, those in court as professional can give more information about that. The chairman has given us tasks. We have been working ahead, not knowing that this law is what this area this law is going to. Data mining, data collection, review. We have a lot of committee that review law, that we have to update our law. A lot of things are been going on. However, to go directly to your question, there will be challenges. The challenges majorly is that one, in terms of political, that's what we are facing presently in the country. We have some, they've taken this law, they don't want to even read the law. Based on political reason, the government is everything, start. That's one. The content creators, because the law has included the content creators, those that are making their money virtual assets into the law. They are speaking negative information, they are giving negative narrative about the law. That's some of the challenges. Even challenges, internal challenges that we are facing. That's one of the things that we are trying to correct. Our staff, how many of us are ready? For those Directorate of Personal Income Tax, the director has circulated the compendium, tax compendium, with the chairman has graciously taken over the expense celebrating. How many of us open that compendium to even check that this is what the tax law is talking about? So as internally, it's a challenge to us if we are not informed. It's a great challenge if we are not informed, despite with all what the management are doing. That is one area. Another major challenge is that how to educate the taxpayer. For this first quarter or even between now and June, that we may suspend our first and second quarter of the year, we should do more of sensitization, awareness, to let the tasks of the taxpayers know much about this particular information. Technology is another great challenge. I think KRS, we have been overcoming that. A lot of those of assessment or assessment this year will be through technology. But the taxpayer want to deal with it. How many of them have that opportunity? How many of them can work along with us in terms of technology? So as the tax authority, tax administrator, we need to educate them that this is the process because people don't want change. Even from our end here, some are saying that every assessment online, this one online, this one online. If there is networking, they just quite unfortunate, the head of service just left this particular place now. She's one of the success stories I can make reference to when I was the head of MTA. We have serious issue with Ministry of Education, penetration Ministry of Education. So we then along the line we had the meeting. She shared the meeting. I was there. Then they are not talking about. We said all schools must collect harmonized fee. So we have a lot of challenges. Some of them are saying that those in rural area, some villages, if they want to make their payment, they want to do all this scenario. So just try to align with them to let them understand that no, you still collect harmonized fee. You can pay. You can make your transfer in this particular place. If there's any network issue, maybe at night, you can make your payment. Or and I made one statement. I said, yeah, we understand some peculiar issue in Nigeria factor, some other factor. She targeted me. She said, no. He said, if they don't want to do anything, that's why you will now be saying Nigeria factor. He said, if you want to make transfer in the morning, there's no network. You wake up in the night and make that transfer when there is network. That she then pass information to all education officers, the directors, that Ministry of Education, they must comply with harmonized fee. Payments must be made through harmonized fee. That no cash payment again. That is one area. So the challenge area we will be facing is issue of technology, which tax education, tax awareness, and the bulk of it is from us. If we can educate the people first, let's educate ourselves. We can educate the taxpayer. If we can do that, 70% of the problem is solved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's still another question for you. So it's 3 questions put in one. So and I believe you do justice to it. Sir, with this tax reform, I want to ask you if it will increase or decrease revenue leakages within EPRS. Revenue leakages. Is it going to increase or reduce revenue leakages within EPRS? And as well, is it going to increase or decrease our revenue generation at our IGR? And if it does, we as EPRS, what are we to do differently?
One, in terms of leakages, this tax reform, one business I like at this tax reform, which I'm very conversant about, is section 100 to 127 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, talks about offenses and penalties. The tax reform, in terms of tax rate, in most cases, it was reduced. Exemption reduced. We have a great number of exemptions, but the penalty is very high. Area is that one, impersonation. The leakages will definitely be reduced. Impersonation. If somebody impersonates any tax authority, the penalty for it is 1 million administrative penalty or 3 years imprisonment. If you issue counterfeit document, either you are a tax administrator or somebody else outside, like fake receipt, fake TCC, administrative penalty is 1 million, 3 or 3 years imprisonment, or even both. Or even both. What you just need to do is that just let us try one person. Is either in the service or outside the service. So the leakages are full of it. And majority of what the tax law is saying that everything should be done through technology. Even cash collection, it might be a step that we may be going through gradually. But what the tax law is about is that all collection should be technology. Technology based. Filing of return, technology based. Collection, technology based. So with that, leakages will definitely be reduced. Then on the second part that, yes, revenue increase or not, yes, issue of pay in the state. Because when you look at the tax band, larger percentage of that particular tax band, their pay or direct assessment will definitely reduced. So it will stay cost. But if we are ready for it, we increase the tax base. What the committee did was that we have a number of people that are not paying right. If we tax rightly, we have some people that are paying, 300,000, 200,000. Somebody came to the last meeting we had with the director, a petrol dealer, asking to pay, having 3-4 pesos to pay. They want to pay 250,000, 300,000. I told him, sir, I said, sir, you can pay my salary. You can pay my accountant. What I'm paying is far above what you are asking. I'm paying above 600 to 700,000 in a year. You can engage me. Now you are not asking to pay 200,000. If we tax rightly, I'm not saying excessive now, tax rightly. If we expand the tax base, that those that are not in tax net, we bring them into the tax net, we will get more. You can say those in the small shops, 20 small shops, if all the enforcement we do, I don't know, that 20 small shops cannot give us 200,000 or 300,000. But one individual HNI will give us 1 million, will give us 2 million. So if we tax rightly, even at the first quarter, if they are having challenges, we'll get it right. Then if we collect the right information, then we need more integration, data sharing with the NGOs. But as I've rightly said, to us, they provide the terms that, yes, they want to have survey, they want to have this. Somebody is having 3-4 houses at GRA, having rented about. If you have this information to the relevant department, let's share information. Those in MTA share information with PIT share information with MTA. So if we share information, we expand the task net and the task base. It will definitely increase the NGR. But in a nutshell, it will take us at the beginning. But if we get it right, we task right, and we expand the task base, the task net. Definitely overcome it. If our revenue will far move more than what we are getting now. Thank you. Can I get the third one? I can return the 3 questions.
You answered it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Patty, there's one thing here. We held stakeholders engagement. And the people that gave us the most headache are the market group. They are the ones that have issues. They are the ones that have questions. They are the ones that are raising agitations. Now, if you had to explain this tax reform to this market trader or a small business owner, what would you say?
You have to explain. What would I say? I cannot finish what I'm saying now because of the time. So I need to say the most relevant thing that they would like to hear. And I'll start from what the head of service just said, that if you need to get people's attention, We need to tell them the parts that will interest them. We need to start with that. So what I would tell the market woman is the time for relief has come, but I will add a caveat. You might not pay any tax if you keep record. I will add that for the market woman.
Let's note that.
You might not pay income tax. Don't let me say any tax, because you definitely pay some levies. You might not pay income tax at all if you keep records. I can proceed to explain the meaning of 800 threshold. That's the first thing. Now, why I changed any tax to income tax is because the market woman will still pay something. He will still pay his normal daily ticket, payable to the local government. He will still pay, if he has a shop, he will still pay shop and kiosk rates or stall rates. He will still pay that one to the local government. If it's in form of except for markets constructed by the state government, and maybe some other minor levels, depending on what the person trades in. That's for the market one. Now, for the small businesses, similar thing. If you keep records, you are likely not to pay any tax. But you still have to pay some levies to the state government, depending on the sector of business you are in. You pay business premises, if you are in school, you pay if you are in school, there's a fee you pay to the Ministry of Education, you pay for fire service, you still have to pay some MPA levies. So please, when we are enlightening members of the public, particularly these sets of people or businesses who already have their mindset now that they are no longer going to pay income tax, let us try to always add the fact that it is only income tax that they have been exempted from paying. When we're talking about the likelihood of revenue dropping, Ambassador mentioned some other aspects we can look at. Development levy in the new States Revenue Administration Law, it's a little bit increased. Maybe somebody paying 500 before, we now pay 1,000. So that development levy, everybody must pay. Everybody must pay development levy. Now, depending on what you do, you still pay some levies to some MDAs in the states, and you still pay to local government. Let us always add that, so that when we go for those levies, or when the local government will come for those levies, they will not say they are not supposed to pay anything. So let's explain the difference between income tax and those other levies. Thank you.
So let me add to that. One simple language I want to use is that to a market woman. There's one slogan by the chairman. Is one factor that can use to penetrate it. Somebody just posted something on our status, the stats administrator. He said it's a prayer point. He said our prayer is that she should not fall into those that are exempted, and those that the bound rate will be very low. Let's have that. That's one. I want to correct our mindset concerning 800,000. It's never in the tax law that 800,000 is exempted from paying tax. As tax administrators should have that. What the law says is that anyone earning below minimum wage and below is exempted. Every one of us sitting here, our first 800,000 of taxable income, we are paying 7 naira. We should have that in mind. It is quite different. If someone is earning 200 million on a monthly basis, after putting the gross income, you less all the statutory deductions, your first 800,000 naira is 0%. So that's what the law says. So everybody is enjoying that relief, that's 7%. So the first, like now, I believe we've gotten my message. So it's the first 800,000 of our taxable income, not our gross income, that is 0%. Thank you.
While I want to add something to that, a market woman will tell you they are not making anything. That all she's selling is just this small thing. But they are the ones buying land at Fajri, buying land in the marketplace, where it's expensive, and they are building structures there. One thing is, Ambassador mentioned something about the administrative penalties that are in the law. When you lie in your filing, you want to tell them to start keeping books. But one thing is they would deduct their books and write what is not in the books. There is a penalty for what you have written. If it is not correct, you pay an administrative penalty for it. And another thing, you will now be taxed right, you'll be assessed right again. So even when market women tell you they are not making money, some of them are making the most money according to what I. So let's remember that. Thank you. Mr. Wasim, this question is for you. How does the NTA strengthen taxpayers' rights? We know that we have been given so much power when it comes to enforcement, assessment, and all of that. But how does it now strengthen taxpayers' rights? And what practical adjustments must EKRS staff make in response, especially with the establishment of tax boards?
Okay. When we talk of the NCAA, like I was giving during the presentation, NCAA governs the way we operate as tax administrators. And the right of taxpayers, the taxpayers were being protected so much that if care is not taken, we will be saying, is it all about them? We are supposed to generate money. Now, let's look at the issue of which one? There are so many of them. The NCA is the one that is very clear as to the reduction in taxes and all that. I don't know why you choose NCAA. Because NCAA affects the tax administrator. One NCAA affects the tax administrator. So you're asking the NCAA giving right to taxpayers. The GRB Act that actually give right and correct the help taxpayers by the creation of the tax board. So it's not NCAA. The tax board is the one that when the taxpayer has an issue with the tax authority, brought to tax board, and they now create what we call arbitration system. Because they don't have the power of the court. It's not even a court, but they can investigate, they can mediate, they can advise. And when the tax authority is not responding the way it should, then the tax authority can now report such tax authority to the relevant lawmaking agency, like the Federal National Assembly, to the state assembly, because the law that we are using in the state is being passed by the state assembly. So if you are not going against the law, the ombudsman will now report that authority to the state assembly, and they will call them to order. Then the revenue officers, there are a lot of penalties when you don't do the things that is what you're supposed to do rightly. When you maybe you don't respect the rights of a taxpayer, and you treat the taxpayer so badly that the taxpayer eventually have to go to court. When you are found to have acted against the law, there are a lot of penalties. And even in the internal, in EKRS. EKRS will frown and sort because that's going to be market to us. That's going to cause a lot of trouble. And please let's note what the HOS said, the last statement before students, that I hope we will not lock shop till June. It's a very loaded statement, and I'm sure all of us understand it. Now, that is the government talking. That's the government talking. That I hope we don't lock shop till June. It surprises me that some of us are still doing underground enforcement by locking shops. Please, now beg I did now. Please don't do it. And we find that you are doing it, we can sanction you. So the right of taxpayers are being protected using the tax support. Then we have the tax appeal tribunal. In case the tax support cannot solve your problem, tax appeal tribunal has the power of the high court. So they cannot prosecute and do anything. That's how the body cannot prosecute you. They can only advise and report to you when you're in. So they can address you on behalf of the taxpayer. You will carry it to the taxpayer to the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. To staff members, if you have questions, kindly put them into my read and we pass it forward. Mr. This question is for you, sir. With your expertise, what documentation and record keeping standards are now critical under the NTAA to protect areas in this field?
Thank you. One, for record keeping. Under NTAA, we have record keeping. One has to do with both the tax authority and the taxpayer. Therefore, record keeping for disputes, one, we must follow due diligence. Due diligence in the sense that one, we have, especially in the past, sometimes we have, it's popular to say Jankara enforcement also. You have the shopping complex, or we have five, or in the street, we have almost 10 businesses. You serve 10, 7, 3, you didn't serve 3. Then when you want to enforce, you enforce the entire thing. The 3 you didn't serve is something that can put us in serious litigation. Let's follow due diligence. Due diligence says that one, when a taxpayer file returns, you must have a good backup for those returns that have been filed. That's the process, the first process. From the returns, the law permits us that either we have said that we have said the return in form of either self-assessment, or we reject our returns by giving additional assessment, or we take return outrightly and give a fresh assessment in terms of self-assessment taxpayer. What the law now says is that a notice of assessment must be served on all taxpayers. We must serve notice of assessment. That's what the law says. And it's an obligation for taxpayer to file returns. If a taxpayer fails to file returns, the tax law, NIT now said, okay, if they fail to file returns, there's penalty for not filing returns. Penalty for not filing returns is 100,000 for the first month, then 50,000 for subsequent for not filing returns. Then the tax law said, okay, we should do administrative assessment procedure. As instruments of them to service of assessment. So that way of assessment was skipped. Please, I beg us. Let us have fine, either electronically or the normal fine for all means of assessment served on taxpayer. That's one of the first week. Then within 30 days, if the taxpayer object to that assessment, another record was keep. That objection One thing that is good about the chairman's office, you get to the chairman's office and work in chairman's office. No correspondence sleep in chairman's office. He must put everything out. I've learned that to transfer a lot of liability to those that are to take charge of it. Chairman will transfer all necessary correspondence to regular directorate. So what the law says now is that if the taxpayer should object to assessment, we now the program assessment to us because we are PC survey, PC derived assessment, or that thing. We don't object to that assessment. And that is after 90 days, under NTA, if you are giving the taxpayer $1 million to pay, you object that I can't pay more than 50,000 naira with grants. If you don't object in 3 months, 90 days, the law upheld the objection of that taxpayer. I want to repeat once again. The objection that taxpayer has raised at 50,000 naira you want to pay, the law upheld it. So after 90 days, we don't respond to it. So those documents in terms of objection, let's have a file for that. So we respond to it. We can create a pending file that will respond to all objections. And respond to objection immediately. You can come to NTA, the operation limited NTA, BIT, objection come in different forms. So we must keep those records. Then another record is important for us to also keep again is that for us to avoid litigation is that we serve demand notice. After you serve notice of assessment, after 30 days, the law says you should start demand notice. You don't go from there directly demand for it. Those information must keep those information, either electronically or through hard copy. So those documentation, the issue of what is important is that let's document all processes. Our communication with taxpayer because of litigation. Because if you pay more litigation, it's a gap for us. That is one. The other litigation, and that document we should also keep again for both for taxpayer, that we should educate taxpayer, and those human resources and account section. We have issue of rent relief now. We have issue of deductions. We have issue of deductions. We have issue of VAT, withholding tax. Those in account section, any contractor must not give any contract to any contractor without tax ID. There is penalty for organization that give contract to any contractor without tax ID. And the contractor too, the withholding tax is paid not double of the other by inside of right. He paid more in terms of the total tax deductions. So those documents must keep those records. That is one. The bank deductions and remittances, because which we are subject to audit. Federal Revenue can come in to come and audit us in terms of VAT compliance, in terms of total tax compliance. So all records in terms of tax deductions, we must keep that. Record in terms of tax information, we must keep that to avoid disputes and litigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Francis, I'll just ask you 2 questions. So, which provisions of the NTA and NTA supports regional tax administration, and how PRS will align with those expectations? And another thing is, what does the reform change? How does the reform change our approach to data sharing, taxpayer records, and interagency collaboration?
Okay, thank you. I've mentioned the issue of development of technology when talking about reasons for the reform. And specifically, we look at Section 71 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. It talks about the use of technology and the deployment of technology by the service, relevant tax authority, to automate tax administration process. Now, Generally speaking, that provision will help, particularly in the aspect of collection of facts. It doesn't mean that provision cannot be used to collect incompetence. Because that place talks about can be used for assessment, can be used for enforcement, it can even be used to collect information. Can be used to collect information. I'm looking at the situation where to get to a stage where as people are paying salary, as people are paying their salaries because of technology, EKRH has also person has received salary, it's also and its pay has been verified. I know people must be working now, people in the IT world will now be working how to take advantage of its provisions. Within the next 2-3 months, I know many proposals will be coming in into the state services as to how they can take advantage of this provision to automate their tax administration process, even up to the level of filing. That is and there are also penalties. When you look at section 103 of NTA, if the service has written to an organization for the purpose of deploying technology, that organization, if that organization refuses to grant assets within 30 days of making that request, the penalty is 1 million for the first day of the refusal, and subsequent days within 10,000. The implication is this: if you want to deploy technology, let's say now, and the business refuses to allow this, 30 days after serving them the notice, we have a fine penalty of 1 million and 10,000 for you. This is to ensure that organizations allow the service to integrate or to deploy technology wherever. That's how I feel we can. For now, I don't have practical scenario or situation where we can actually take advantage of this provision, other than from the use of VAT, which we are not responsible for the collection directly. But I know with time, even some of these processes of withholding tax, some of these things, automation can help us. Improvement of the budget can help us track deductions that are supposed to be made that have not been made on certain payments that have been made to contractors or professionals or consultancy services. Now, the second part of the question talks about the reform in respect of data sharing. I will not be able to put the exact section, but there's a section in the NCAA that talks about sharing of data between the relevant tax authorities. I believe when we say relevant tax authorities there, everybody understands what we're saying. Is there anyone here that doesn't understand this, please? Nobody. Nobody. We all understand the meaning of relevant tax authority. Okay, I will say some other things like, do we understand the meaning of acts and law? These are legal terms, but as tax practitioners, we need to know the difference between some of these things. Do we understand the difference between acts and laws? Okay, you know, when we talk about the national laws, we always put acts. And when we talk about the state laws, we always put laws. So I want us to understand that when you see that law, it's the state revenue administration law. That law is a capital letter. It's saying laws passed by the state services. And when you see that act, the capital A, Nigerian Tax Act, it means laws passed by the Federal National Assembly. So it will be sometimes, don't let us be using the two interchangeably as tax practitioners. When you use the small law, when you are referring to law in common parlance, you can use the small law for any law. But by the time you change it to legislation, it has to be either an act of the National Assembly or a law of the state House of Assembly. And why the question of the use of relevant tax authorities? We have 3 tax authorities in this country. One, the NRS, second, EKRS, and the other state, and Abuja. Sorry, SRS, that's the State Internal Revenue Service, which includes SSC, and the third one is the Revenue Committee of the local government. So those are the 3 relevant tax authorities within the meaning of our law. Within the meaning of the federal law, is only the 2 NRS and SRS that are defined as relevant authority. But when you come to the state level, you have to add the third one, which is that of the government. Now, on data sharing, all the relevant tax authorities now, they can share data. You can write another SRS requesting for data in respect of a particular taxpayer. And sometimes you now even request, if you are profiling a taxpayer in the state, and you discover that the taxpayer has so many things in Lagos, you discover that, okay, you cannot get this man to pay anything to us. Probably because he's resident in Lagos and he has some partners in Ekiti. That is why we wanted to bring him into our tax state. But we have not discovered that it's difficult to get personal income tax from him. For such people, the relevant tax authority can still write to the state, can write to the state LRS, giving them information about that profiled taxpayer. I know at the child level, when we have the retreats in Akure, Dr. Tolu said something about the possibility of even rewarding one another when you give such information. I don't know how to get to do that at the child level. But the law just says relevant parties can share data. Now, within ourselves, the state level, departmental level, ambassador has mentioned this, that data we have in the department will be useful for another. So if you keep those data to yourself, you might not be able to use that data. For example, stamp duty, NUC, all those departments should share their data with the Department of Personal Income Tax because they need them to actually get more information in the tax plans. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the Thank you, sir. This question is going directly to our director, sir, what are the consequences under the form for the EKRS family officers who act as a result of the authority?
Don't we just say consequences within the system? Because the system that we are running now, I don't know the one that was for zero tolerance to malpractices. So if you outside your environment where you're supposed to operate and you're not doing other things, then yes, the law frowns at it. The law even suggests some penalties, but seriously, we don't even need to apply the federal law to somebody inside the KRS. It's simple. If you see, we don't do it. That's it. So I don't think we should plug that question at all. It's very simple, very, very simple. So that to save our time, the consequences is severe. But that always say summary dismissal. That's what that always use. And so please let's note that when you do corruption, summary dismissal is waiting. Thank you. In response to that, in response to law, what do the law says about it? One, if you go and read check session. You can write it at your convenient time and read that. Interpreting of document, section 125. Interpreting of document is an offense. Is arbitrary penalty 1 million. Then 3 years imprisonment or both. That's one. Then impersonation of authorized officer. The same thing. Offense by authorized and unauthorized person under section 114 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. Well, let's check it. Let's read that. 1 million. After you have faced disciplinary action by the organization, the tax authority you are working with, then the litigation aspect of it is 1 million for administrative penalty, then 3 years imprisonment or both. Let us just go at this section 100 to 127. You see those penalties to strive to stand upright. God will help us. Thank you.
Okay. I think we should start asking the questions that we have from. They send some of their questions so that we save time. This one is to Ambassador. On rent allowance, I want you to dig deep on it because part on the 7 steps, so we're not getting the same salary. Talk about those who qualify for rent allowance.
Thank you. In every law, there's only.
Why don't you ask them? Because there will be some questions that are similar.
And this one says, words to Mr. Wasif. Does the new tax law permit the enforcement of unregistered motor vehicles and motorcycles? If no, how are we going to bring them to compliance with vehicle registration authorities? Then there's another question. In the area of filing annual returns by individual and business enterprise, with the advent of the new tax reforms, what does the revenue officer need to do differently?
Okay. Yeah. One the issue of rent relief. In every law, there's always a lacuna, a gap. Personally, from my angle, that rent relief, there's a gap in issue of rent relief. And this is one of the things that those in accounting session, the management session will face seriously. Now, on the ground that, like, for instance, now, if you are at the same level and the same step, if the law says that your 20% of your rent is subject to a relief cap at 500,000, maximum of 500,000. If level 7, step 2, and then the same salary, the statutory deductions are the same. But if the relief is different, like somebody now, for instance, somebody is paying 400,000 in his own house as rent. If the person brings valid document of the receipt of payment, all that information that is required, which is the details of the landlord. If the those account section accept it and put it in the computation, the person will enjoy 20% of 400,000 to be 80,000, right? Yeah, 80,000. The other person is paying 500,000. They are the same level. So the person will enjoy 100,000 as relief for rent relief. That 20,000 naira difference of that revenue, their tax payment, their net will automatically be different. So these are some of the talk, the story. Those in HR and account department should be prepared to talk to the tax authority. What the just simply say is that you must bring evidence of your receipt of payment. Then details of the landlord. Then somebody, when I went with myself and other team member, went to the chairman and execute. Somebody now asked a question that purpose of the fake receipt to account who like you tell 200,000 to 500,000 so 1 million. Not go back. But the law, come and check the penalty. Submitting fake documents, fake receipts, fake returns is 1 million naira administrative penalty. 3 years imprisonment or both. So if they are planning that's the town. They will pay the master house will be now. They can doctor pay 1 million naira for rent or drop rate. The very day it is being discovered that it's false information, that is when the penalty to it. That's one which there's a lot of money, but the administrative penalty is heavy. So that is the answer to that.
Yeah, in addition to what you said, the aim of this rent review is not only to grant relief to the taxpayer, because before you can get that relief granted to you, you must provide adequate information about that rent. What I mean is that the landlord, you must give details of the landlord. In fact, if possible, you have to give us the tax ID of the landlord. So by so doing, we will to now know whether the landlord that we have not been seen before has been paying tax or not. So it's serving two purposes. Now the question regarding the road taxes permits, I want to say something. The law says we can enforce, but JRB, for which our chairman is a member, they came up with the communique that there must not be any roadblock for revenue purposes. There must not be any roadblock for revenue purposes. So that means that we cannot block road to say, we are going to come and pay road taxes. But the other way around to it is that the law enforcement agents, they are doing the work. So they are not doing it the way we expect them to do it. Because ordinarily what we expect them to do is to tell them to go and do the necessary thing, or they will find them, they will collect their tax from them and not give them receipts. They will meet them again tomorrow and collect another tax from them, not collect receipts. Then it's their problem. Because you know what you're supposed to do to solve the problem. And somebody is collecting 1,000 naira from every time they catch you. And you did not go back to where you're supposed to correct the history. That's the problem. But there's no roadblock for revenue purposes. That has been emphasized. Chairman has said it several times. So before you move on, I want to just keep in is that we need to strengthen our partnership with relevant agencies like the BIO and road safety. The law was not take them out of the road. So we now strengthen our strategy, how we work in that particular area. So we have good partnership with them. We can still enforce that rule taxes in respect to those that are not having vehicle registration details or expired driver's license and so. So strengthen that partnership with them. We can still get what we need. Thank you. There's another question here, but it's not very clear. And the advent of the law, the filing of tax return. Let me just talk about it. Because during the presentation, filing of return was discussed elaborately. And what the commissioner will expect to see the returns and how the return will be treated by the revenue authority. So I am not likely to speak on that. But there was a question that was asked to me earlier regarding VAT refund. VAT refund. Why should somebody get a refund of VAT? How is it done? You know, some of these local manufacturers that are producing food items, baby items, books, and all sorts, they are not charging VAT again. But in the process of production, they have incurred input VAT. They don't have output VAT to claim the input VAT back. That is where the refund comes in. The Accountant General of the Federation are instructed to set some money aside for that refund. So when you have incurred input VAT, And you cannot claim it from VAT because you don't have a VAT on this kind of product that has been exempted from VAT. Then you now get a refund. The person that had that question, I think you get the answer now. Thank you. The question says, in the area of filing annual returns by individual and business enterprises, with the advent of the new tax reform, what does the revenue officer need to do differently? What revenue officer need to do differently? Filing of the reform process, understand is check section 13 for individual, section 40 for PE, section 14 for PE. After filing of return, presently now, what revenue officer can do differently is that you don't have, you can do by law, you are not expected to release any notice of assessment on serve the individual. That is strictly by law. Because there is still room for them to find the tools. That is the law. Strictly law. So that's what you can do differently. Before now, the revenue officers has resumed 2nd of January, 4th of January, they have been signing assessment. We have not given them the opportunity to find the tools. When they find the tools, I have discussed with some of the DTOs. We still have a lot of unclaimed taxes that have not been paid for last year. Bring those information. Let us serve them issue assessment. Let us serve them demand meetings. Serve them enforcement meetings. That's what we can do to bring them. The law says that those that have not paid when the tax is due, charge 10% penalty and interest at the prevailing CBN rate. That's what we should do now. Some people have been eager. I might serve assessment on national do. We've not collected those of last year completely. Let's give those information, and that's what we can do now. That's what we can do differently. As revenue officers, let's follow what the law says. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe you understand what Ambassador Lord is. Until March 31st, the no service of any notice of assessment for the income tax in 2020. What is enforcing now is income tax of the year 2024 has been due last year and yet to be paid now. That's what we between January and March. So when the time for filing back, that is when the tax comes to and start working income tax of the year 2025. Now, on the question of VAT, Director answer. The other two led to that question. What's the position or reform in respect of withholding tax? Withholding tax.
Anyone at all.
It's relevant. That's why. But that's where the question is looking at how do we apply withholding tax into reduction of accessible taxes? Is there any provision for withholding tax reform? Now, I will start by saying, always remember that withholding tax is just a part of the income tax. It's not like a CBT, it's a tax on its own. And the reduction can be done at the time of filing. You can use the receipt, the credit note you have, or the taxes that have been withheld and remitted, you can now use it to reduce your income, your personal income tax liability. So if it has been reduced at that point, there will be no need to have a separate account for refunding withholding tax. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that if your deductions have been made and remitted, before you pay your income tax, that deduction would have been factored in. However, in instances where the deductions made even exceed the income tax you are eventually supposed to pay, that is when the issue on having an account for that problem. There's already an account set up for that purpose for the form of income tax. The Accountant General of the state is expected to designate an account where money will be kept, a specific sum will be kept for the purpose of tax reform. Now, you are not expected to pay up to the tax that has already been withheld and remitted. The doctor refund will be done from that same account, because what has been deducted from you is income tax, even if they call it withholding tax. So it is from the same account designated for the purpose of refund of for income tax refund that such withholding tax will also be refunded. Then on the other aspects, EPRS is expected to have a regulation on how to use that credit note to reduce their income tax liability after an equivalent of filing. That guideline will be done by service.
Yeah, it can be a long day, and if we continue like this, we'll not leave here today. So at this juncture, we are bringing the session to a close, so that we can give room for other that are unfortunate. Thank you very much. We appreciate your attention.
Thank you so much. Because of our time, we're going to go on break. The gentleman who is going to take us through ethics and professionalism is already on it. So I want us to be very strict with the time. I've had some few observations. Some of us think we are here for two. We are not here. I can see some of you pressing for, some of you on Facebook and monitoring. It's so sad because it's like equipping you to enable you to do your work. And some of us are not taking it seriously. I want to plead with you. Please, let's be serious minded. It's an opportunity, a golden opportunity that you are having, and I don't want us to waste it. I've also had some folks saying it's improper. The indiscipline has to stop. So I want to plead with every one of us to be very, very conscious. And there are some things that the gentlemen have presented. You can be going to your seat, which are still angry. For example, you talked about accountant general has to keep an account of blah blah blah. Who is informing the accountant general? Have we informed the accountant general? That means the letter will have to go. The kind of sensitization to the office of accountant general has to be done. And then also, ease of doing business, how does this new law interact with that one? It's also something that is still angry. And we have been told that we need to have a section on history, how to do the trading thing, so that it doesn't backfire on us. And also, we have discussion guidelines that have to be prepared towards ensuring that we have the reform process is seamless. So the paper presenter, you will need to engage the office of the EC on how to take some of these things further. And if you have issues that you still need more clarification on, please send your questions across. Are we together? Send your questions across. The laws are so vast. Even me that I've gone over and over again, I have identified a number of new things, even with the discussion today. And so when some of you that don't even have app, you don't even have to be set on some of what's wrong. When you do a single, maybe I'm a digital department, I'm a data. Don't forget we can move you from HR and put you in the tax office. I think all of at all. And if you keep on having, so you think that one of the investment, should be at maybe she was a procurement, and she's not a personal contact. And so don't think that we ready man sitting. The day you are equipped and you are posted somewhere, you know it's relevant. And your church members, your host members, you are asking questions. And then you are looking back, you don't know anything you are doing. You do say, at least they be one. Speak for you. Are we together? Don't say you are naive. I went to see head of service for a different thing entirely. You needed to see the question that woman was asking me. That I was saying, I will call my technical advisor to advise. How is it going? And I thought she would say, I'm chairman, you are too. She said, I will be there. I thought she would just come, give the opening remark and go. But she was asking questions as Masi was presenting. She was saying, okay, how does it apply? Okay, this is what you were saying the other time. So I want to believe with us. This is an opportunity for us to learn. Let's sit and learn as much as we can. It's the fast when I need to come back. Keep breaking and we to be back. 12:30. So everybody must be seated 12:30.
It's a talk on professional ethical conduct. Mr. Emiyoju is a public sector specialist. He's a certified management consultant, a human resource capital development expert. He has PhD, MBA, MA, ACIPM, FA, ISM, FAFEA, FFS, HARB, LHRB, SMIC, CMC. Okay. Sure, you will do it first. So you're welcome, sir.
So this way I understand it. Because there are times I will make to show the audience what. Okay. So I can give you the control.
Very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are we fine? Your response doesn't seem so. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Back in Cleveland, Ekiti. Compliment of the city to us all, and I want to especially say thank you to the organizer of this program for giving me the privilege to have this interaction with you. My name is Mega Emiyoju. I'm a global capital development consultant and a personal development strategist. By privilege, I was given this slot to have this engagement, and this is the best way to start the year. You agree with me? Because you are the point at the critical point where everything you say or do matters to an average person out there. You understand what I'm saying? And that is why I want to be with us. This conversation is going to take us far this year, and I want to beg us to pay attention. Just like our guy told us the other time, every engagement like this will make us a better individual. You have come to invest your time. Averagely, all of us will, averagely, each of you will spend no less than 5 to 6 hours here to make, even more. And I believe that's a lot of investment to your day. For some of us, 24 hours is not enough. So wasting, no matter how small of our time, we don't appreciate it. I beg you in the name of God. I was given to us, when we have a presentation, then we have the discussion. We are going to be divided ourselves into 8 groups. It's going to be just 20 minutes engagement. And it has to do with practical approach to some of the experiences you are going to have out there. I'm not here to teach you your job, but there's an aspect where I have expertise, and that's where I want to further add value to what you already know. And I believe this year will be better for us in Jesus' name. So the topic before me is professionalism and ethical conduct in the workplace. Professionalism and ethical conduct in the workplace. Professionalism, before I go to my slide, I just want to do a short narrative because we have 3 major areas for the presentation. It's not just about professionalism. We're going to talk about emotional intelligence. We're going to talk about interpersonal relationships and effective communication. These 3 major areas, if well understood, will help you to go far in your journey this year. Okay. We have problem. Yeah. That's with our obvious like a point of view. Okay, let me continue by yes, I. Which one is it? Yes, sir. So by way of introduction, just a few of my profile. I took my time to have studied. It is okay. Oh, thank you. So while we interact, it is important and essential to understand the background of where we talk. And this conversation will be a bit interactive. I'm starting exactly 12:35. So I'm expected to finish this presentation by 2. Then after that, we have our group conversation. The introduction. The Internal Revenue Service is a public institution of organization. And where do you derive the authority? Where do you derive that power? That's okay, let me use authority, let me use power. Why do you derive the authority? At any time you appear before a taxpayer, they comply with you. They give us the audience and they are ready to accept whatever you propose or have a tax. They perform trust, of course. And if that trust is not there, you have lost whatever engagement you try to achieve with them. Let me put it in the simple term. If you are coming to me and I don't trust you, no matter what you say, it makes sense to me. I believe you want to take advantage of me, you want to cheat me, you want to say what will not be in my favor. But when the trust is there, when that trust is available, what happens? They are willing and ready to open their doors for you. Despite the fact that you know you are coming from something that probably, if they do not want to do, because nobody wants to pass with their money. We always want to make money, but passing with it becomes a difficult thing. But it's our responsibility to pay taxes to government, because that's where government gets funds. To come about some of the development projects and programs that we see around us. In revenue administration, trust is built on mere legal authority, but professionalism and ethical conduct with human interaction. These 3 components are very important. Professional conduct, ethical behavior, and human interaction. Because when you don't consider the 3 components, you have lost the conversation, like I said earlier. You want to do your business. But the moment you are able to employ the 3 components, you are really ready. The question was asked on the panel section the other time, that how do you consider you receive an average market demand and they won't be even your approach matters. That's why the market comes. So tax officials operate at the sensitive intersection between government and the public. So you are between how you go and talk to the taxpayer itself. You are the one representing government. And your ability to do that professionally will determine their compliance level. Let's look at what professionalism entails. First, competence. Competency is something that is expected of any professional individual. If you are not competent, then you are not qualified to be hired to do the job. I was listening to the Secretary of Department of War in the US talking about the officers yesterday. That the era of being sympathetic with unprofessional conduct is gone. That the president they have now is a man that expects to be soft and not able to be soft, and you have to do it the way it should be done, irrespective of what your interest is. And it's applicable to you. So for you to do your job effectively, you must be competent. Competency is knowing what you are expected to do. Circumstances can differ in some situations that warrant you use your discretion performances. But in most cases, you can lay down rules guiding your conduct, your behavior, your approaches in the way you do your job. So competency is not something you can compromise when it comes to becoming a professional. But that's what makes you a professional indeed. Knowing what you should do, best way to do it, and how to get results. Number 2, integrity. I love the way the man responded when the question was asked about another how compromise. There is no room for compromise if you want to be a person of integrity. It's either you are there or you are not. So it is essential for you to understand that integrity is part of professionalism. You must be faithful. My privilege as an administrative officer with the state government. Anytime an administrative officer recruited, they take us to DSS office to take oath of secrecy. And the purpose of that oath is that you are going to be faithful to the state government. And one of the things we are taught, whatever discussion you are privy to, because we are the prince and president of the service, we have access to highly classified information. So no matter how close your wife, when you get home, you don't discuss it. Because there are issues that are not met for the public yet that will be exposed. So if you are not a trusted organization, then you are not the person of integrity, and you are not in profession. Number 3, accountability. Take responsibility for your action. Many people only hold on to their action when things are fine. But for you to be a responsible leader, because at every capacity, we are leaders. You may not be the head of the Internal Revenue Service today. You may not even be the gate man. But at that gate, you may be that day. Because you have the power to determine things. Messengers are leaders in different capacities. So accountability is one of the professional ethics that you must uphold. Because by the time you get to cases, you understand better when I'm discussing that. And respect. This respect is not only to your superior. Everybody deserves to be respected. Even the average market woman there, they deserve respect. The manner and approach to do your job, the way you approach them, we will determine if someone will be willing to be or not. But most of the time, we go there with a premeditated mindset. Oh, when the son and the member of a lady. I'm not coming. And you do not have to the problem. There is a way you can put somebody and be willing to pay. And there's another way you can put them and them to stand on their ground. That's why I can for this. And we got it back. They got a rich piece of it. Obìnrin tó yẹ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ sílẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ọmọ mẹ́rin tó sábọ̀ tó lè tún láti ṣe ọdún tó tẹ̀ sí ní tó 4 children. That doesn't mean they should be excluded from the class later, but we can use human relation. We're going to talk about that extensively. Then service orientation. How do you play your role? You must understand the job. If you understand the job, you are not fit today. And your assignment is to render service to humanity. Because the essence of the task you are connecting is to build infrastructure, right? To pay salaries. It's still service. So you must be a service-oriented individual to be a professional. And what is he expected? What are the ethical conduct related to the professional? Number 1, moral principle. You must be morally upright. And I talk about being trusted the other time. Number 2, rules and regulations. I want to ask, can somebody differentiate between the two? I did the same thing. I tell you, the interactive. Can somebody help us? What's the difference between the two? I have a gift. I love to give gifts. Rules and regulations are the same. But I have to learn. Thank you, sir. But I will want to maybe we want to be participant to help us. Okay, because of time. Rules are the lay down or guidance within an organization. So within a team, Internal Revenue Service, we have rules guiding what to do. But regulation are the other expenses, more or less like supervisory guidelines is higher. For instance, when it comes to your performances or your duties now, regarding tax, rules are provided within the EK, Internal Revenue Service. When it comes to regulation comes from the top, from the national. So you must understand what is peculiar to PT concerning your top and what's there. It's also affecting you to know concerning the top. Understanding what will help you to perform optimally and ethically in your job. Then standard that behavior even when no one is watching. Standard. Many of us will compromise standard when we are given the opportunity or when nobody is going to sanction it. That is unprofessionalism. When I avoid PT, staff, the EKRS staff, they don't mind me. That man in like a police uniform. I just look for it from there. But you can see your own here. You are good. That's one of the offices. Your AI office. So, for you people, professionalism and ethical conduct, what does he enhance? What does he do? Number one, enhance voluntary tax compliance. When you behave professionally, it makes people to be willing that when we treat them as if they are not humans. Only when they're checking on lack of that. There are things some people they may not want to do, but by the time you approach them with human face, that doesn't mean you are going to compromise, but you still gentle, you are friendly, but not over friendly. So that you also use your regular in the conversation. I'm going to talk about it. If you lose conflict with that player, some of them are ready, they are waiting for you. Yes, you don't know. When they are waiting for you, whatever she will make, that's time where people are ready to be about it. Because I must tell you, I will not come and it's misinformation. Because tax issue has been around not just January 2026 that it started. But because many people are not aware. In fact, it favors the less privileged or people who are less now than before. So those are people in the past were not paying taxes. But now the government is trying to make sure you pay, even when you don't feel like. Now what makes it an issue. But your approach can determine if people will be willing to pay or not. Then improve personal reputation. How people speak about your office. Your conduct will determine it. Don't forget your chairman, your secretary will not be the one to go out there. But the way you relate, I will say this, I don't know if anybody has been to Osun, you have issue with these traffic officers in Osun. Honestly, I think I had to encounter them, and I've also heard from a few number of people who have had similar experience that they are afraid even better when they know you don't live in around, yes, you are a stranger. They believe you can miss your roof. And they will ask you, where do you live? You live in Osogbo, you work here, and the stranger just can settle again. Please don't do this again. This is the right thing. But that's a counter one. And I've also had testimony from people about this. Thank you, sir. That alone is already making me to love their ability where they were what? They were trained. We can also use our discretion to do some things right. So it improves the organizational reputation. What we say, but it is the revenue service. You are the one that will determine it. And support governmental developmental moves. Because you are mission to generate more income. What bring about reforms to do projects and lastly, protect officers from misconduct and allegation. If we are conscious of our attitude, our behavior out there, the level of allegation against us will reduce, or against you people because I'm not a tax collector. Yes, it will reduce drastically because you follow ethical conduct, because you engage professionalism in your manners and approach. So that will reduce the level of misconduct or allegation that will be against you. So we are going to these three major areas now. That is where we're going to start now. Number one is emotional intelligence. What do you mean? Can somebody help us? I want responses, please. A volunteer. What you know, there's no wrong answer. I was privileged to attend the Genesis business school in India, and one of the rules were told at the point of admission is because they want you to speak. Even when you say the wrong thing, it's not wrong. There's no wrong answer. Thank you, sir. Emotional intelligence. How do we understand it in your own definition? Thank you very much. Let's celebrate it, please. You are sensitive to the dynamism of your environment. That is being emotionally intelligent. You are not just preoccupied with your own idea, with your own plan, with your own focus. You don't have any regard for how things happen around you. Any other country. Emotional intelligence. Because you don't know about you are not surrounded them. It starts from somewhere. Who is it? Yes, ma'am.
Also has to do with your own personal self.
How can you manage stress within yourself?
Thank you very much. You. There's something called internal crisis. Many of us go through it every day. And before we know, we transfer it to people we meet. So understanding yourself first, managing yourself. Any other contribution? Yes, sir.
Approach of minority issues despite pressure.
And despite pressure. I think that's very good point. Because you're going to be pressurized. There are issues that will pressure you. How do you respond when you are under pressure? As a leader, when I'm under enormous pressure, I easily get irritated. I used to. But you know, on the ladder of leadership, the higher you go, the better it will become. When you manage and reduce yourself. And I've got to work on it. So that when I'm under pressure, I don't get easily irritated or get angry. So pressure will come. There was a video I wanted to share. Maybe I will share it. Of a guy, you know, some of this content is the content anyway on Facebook. A class officer was trying to access the taxpayer's records, and he saw 116 million transportation. And the other guy asked to win it to him. And the guy was so poor and so he said, to go and use the movement. That's why what do you mean? I can use 160 million for transportation to pay. And you know, you begin to see a lot of narration. Because we are told that narration matters now. But I also listened to the Mr. Miguel, and I was like, narration doesn't change anything. Because a lot of people start telling this. Honestly, personally myself, the God made me, I'm so happy that this year I'll pay more taxes. We trusted to pay.
Okay.
And that's what another Nigerian should do. Especially for those who love this country. The countries we are traveling to, if those people there don't pay taxes, when they get money to do those things, we go there to enjoy. But the fear of some of us too is that we hope that the taxes will be used for the intended purpose. And that's one of the fear of many Nigerians. We are trusting our government that we do the right thing. So let's look. Nigerians have the ability to recognize, understand, manage emotion effectively. How many things there? Recognize, understand, and manage your emotion effectively. Let me tell you something. Your emotion has no boot. What do I say? Emotion. It has no boot. Emotion is a feeling. It's switch. So if you allow it to control you, you are not wise. So the important thing, number one, recognize it, understand it, and manage it. Then the common in 1985, wrote Facebook, emotional intelligence. So I wish if I'm not ready, please go and read it. There are written about 500 books. It's a follow-up to this book. I don't have time to share it. But there are 5 components of emotional intelligence. Number one, self-awareness. I'm going to tell us what self-awareness is. Socrates used that word several years ago. Man, know thyself. It's knowing yourself. Who are you? Oh, but you know right? I'm sorry to use that word. If you don't know yourself, you will misbehave. You must know what triggers certain reactions from you. You must understand the way you react to issues whenever they happen. Self-awareness. Are you the type that easily gets angry? Are you the type that easily misbehave based on something? Yes, I wish we are wired differently. And let me tell you something today. No matter who somebody is, don't quickly judge them or condemn them. Many of them, it took them certain situations to get to where they are. Ẹlòmíì ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ sọ di onígbóná ara. Ẹlòmíì ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ sọ di tí òun sùn. Because of the encounter they have every day. And let me tell you something about human being. Over time, experiences shape our lives. Things we're exposed to began to change us gradually. I was talking to a friend recently. He said, where I am today is the result of 21 years journey with somebody who's trying to, but at the same time, that doesn't mean we should condone nonsense. When you know yourself, work on yourself. And I mean, I don't come back. See if I can adapt to myself. Yes. Nonsense. If you realize that people are complaining about you, work on yourself. You are working at the government and people complaining, in your department, people are complaining. Work on yourself. So self-awareness, know yourself. Be sincere. But you're not pretty fair. The greatest adventure in life is a journey into self-discovery. Discover yourself. Who am I? What are my character traits? What are my attitudinal dispositions? All these things matter to help you relate with people. Number two, self-regulation. Knowing yourself is not enough. What do you do with the knowledge? I just gave an example of myself. How I used to be angry when I'm under pressure. If you touch me, you touch fire. But I realized that if I want to go fire, I have to work on it. Self-regulation. It's part of it. You got to work, regulate it. As long as it's acceptable. It's not something you are proud of. Let's work on it. Because it's going to affect the way you behave. Motivation. Motivation. Many people, some people until they are well before they move. This year, choose to be self-motivated. Because that motivation you are looking for, you will not get it. And you will get it, wow, but you will not down because they really. First of all, don't go. So that motivation, you will not get it from people you expected it. You know the truth. People cannot get what they don't have. So people don't get anybody to motivate them, and I find that person to motivate you. Self-motivation. Encourage yourself to do the right thing. Even when the recognition, the ovation is not high, keep moving. You know the truth. One day, the reward will come. Empathy. It's your fellow colleagues and the taxpayer. And that's why I said the other time, sometimes look beyond what you can see. When you get to your workplace, because most of the tax collectors in workplaces are out there, not in the office. When you get to those places, please, as much as I'm not asking you to compromise, also be empathetic. I want a friend of mine, obviously you will know the truth. Yes. But that doesn't mean you should compromise. That doesn't mean you have become reasonable with them and let them know, please. There are some ways you can empathize with them without using absolute force on them. Empathy. Empathy is when you go into other people's situation to understand what they are doing. But all the women very openly, many of them stand up to want to that struggle and do business or survive. Yes, sometimes as much as we are not sent there to listen to stories. Let us also be professional in our approach by also trying to understand. But that does not mean we should compromise standards. It must be just right approach for that situation. And that's the social skill. Social skill is understanding the environment. And that's what Gary said the other time. Or the first contribution of talking about the environment. They are very important. I still have a lot of what not? In public service, emotional intelligence determines how officers respond under pressure, handle conflict, and exercise authority responsibly. So please take note of this. And always remind yourself that you are a member of emotional intelligence It's no way you can't reach under pressure. Even with all of service and with the clients out there. Benefit of artificial intelligence at work, it improves journalism. So when you engage artificial intelligence, it helps you to portray yourself responsibly as a professional. Then you need to know what you are doing. Number two, reduce conflict and complaints. So you don't always have issue fighting with your colleagues and with taxpayers. Number three, better public perception. How the public perceive your activities, your operations, your interactions. Because all these things go a long way. I was glad when I heard about the testimony of APT, Internet Revenue Service, how well they are doing that. Very good. But you don't really want to get into the credit. Because when they develop partly and some people around your behavior can, it's where this era of social media. Go to more in the corner, it's already Facebook. And there's no way to talk about it, don't talk about this local organization. So don't be the one to bring the name to the surface simply because of unprofessional conduct. Then strong teamwork. It helps you to work with others. There's something we call team spirit. People who are unprofessional can hardly work as a team. They are pursuing their own goals separately. They don't see their collective effort going the same direction. So when your attitude, your discussions are unprofessional, it will bring about discord and no between. And last one then, ethical decision making. There are points I'm going to talk about ethical guidance. That's one of the tests we are going to do. Let me move on. What's the intersection? Emotional intelligence and ethical conduct. What happens when you operate under low emotional intelligence? Aggression towards aspect. Don't be aggressive. What someone let me don't lock people's door until middle of this year. That's what I had. Don't go there. Let me say something. The moment you want to do your interaction with taxpayer as personal issue, you will lose the focus. It's operational. It's not personal. There are people that you go with the mindset when you go, there's a way you can do it. So aggression towards taxpayer is a sort of low self-esteem. Because you don't understand yourself, you don't understand the people you are dealing with. Number two, abuse authority. Abuse of authority. Let me tell you something. I said you derive the authority from where? Public trust. And when that trust is missing, when you are using authority, the you're trying to enforce power of them. Number three, unethical shortcut. What does that mean? When you begin to now look for a way to do what you have done professionally. Our man, go. Because you are fucked. Or let me tell you, the phone always been our mind improvise. And some of those improvisations are unethical. You know, some parallel. About goof. You are not making our man professional. They don't dominate on that press. And last point, lack of cooperation. When you have low self-esteem, so when you have low emotional intelligence, these are the results. But when you operate on the other side, you have patience and restraint. You are patient with these people. You cooperate with them. Despite the fact that you're not going to change your decision. There's a way that you must shake with the patient. You see a shake the go, but your approach matters. Anything decision making, respect for colleagues and citizens, professional handling of this. Yes, we see what on the wall. And it's already at what paper. But how do we manage it? We are in because of you. It's your interest we are trying to protect. process. Just like people understand. Ilé kìí ṣàlàyé fún yín ẹjọ́ kàdó ìgbà. Ọ̀rẹ́ yín ni wọ́n ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ṣe kí ni o. Lóòótọ́ ìlú náà ìgbóni ẹ̀yìn o. Nínú ẹ̀ bá ṣe sọ́dọ̀ sí pàṣẹ ìdìbò náà. Gbogbo àkọ́nà bá dùn. But out of every 10% you pick, there is a bad one among them. If you guys try to be civil, being nice, they will still give up on it. But can I tell you something today? When station of people around you who are normal, never go along with them. You can choose to do it differently. Because I will tell people there's a difference between response and reaction. When you respond normally. But when you react abnormally. So instead of reacting, respond. Let your disposition be a response and not a reaction, because some get reactions. So if you are going to react, your reaction will be based on what you get. But let your response be a professional approach to issues. I think very planning money this. I do tell our football guys. When you have issue with because somebody want to see a good amount. And those capacity, so we be able to be able to. When you have such issue, don't struggle with anybody. Don't call the attention of security to them. Before you're duty to handle this, where your operations. That's within the confines of your business. Don't do what's none of your business. So think about management, only provision. Also do some things beyond the movie. So that's why and not many more children. Maybe if you need to find the report, find it. Let the appropriate authority direct. And thanks for it. So this is a scenario here. And we're going to need to contribution. A taxpayer reacts to a tax assessment. Low emotional intelligence response. Threat, intimidation, shouting. That's what they do. But the other way around, understand the potential and maybe all the uproar you are getting from people is because they don't understand the basis of all these things. Me, I took my time. We requested for the service of one of your good principals to educate us at CIPM recently. That person here. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your that's educative section we had with you. He exposed us to so many things we need to understand. Before that time, there are some ambiguities in my understanding of the new person, but when you came and explained, it was better. And I told myself, I'm still going to engage you for that. So respect my course. So sometimes when we do the right thing, have explanation, empathy, clarification, explanation in details. Oh, actually, you need to do that, but see, that is all when people are wrong. You still read over and over, try to understand everything. So if somebody who's a tax authority is still trying to digest everything, how much more a market room? So you understand that they don't have the knowledge, and you are the one that will educate them. The other point, pressure to meet revenue target. This has to do with state plan now. No emotional intelligence person, this coercion political demand. Why somebody who is high on emotional intelligence will use more persuasion, education, compliance support. So let us understand all these bases. They will help us to do our job right. I thought we should have that group discussion in the meeting, but let me get random so that we cannot have it towards the end. Practical emotional intelligence they reflect before responding. Like I put before react. I only use the word responding there. Reflect. What would be the lack of knowledge? When you now take your time to understand the basis for that person's argument, you know from where the person is speaking. But when you don't react based on what the person said, let me say this. This is self-disclosure. We got the property along this new campus. And there are other people who also said, I own the property. Obviously, one of the things that put up on that line, yes, I don't know. In the thing, how many meters in the last year? Only 700 meters. Only 215. Only what answer if you talk about it, still more than almost 3,000 square meters. So why are you fighting? And you made everybody calm down. And we started the fight the day before. You made everybody be telling you still fighting. And don't have a simple question. Your land we are talking about is the distance from here. Since 700 meters. He said, yes, sir. I think it's more like that. Everybody calm down. So people need clarification to just understand the basis of it. Listen more than you speak. Three, one is stress proactively. Many of us are stressed. We'll be from home. We'll be emotional stress. And that stress is what you carry to your workplace. It will affect your approach and manners. So that immediately a job. Let's have this at the top of our house. And please don't go back to make it. Then you find a way in the course of the day to resolve. Just put a call across to that guy, that was your husband, or that's your wife, that stressed you in the morning. So we're going to shower you that, but I'm forgiving you, and I hate it. But I'm forgiving you. Thank you. Somebody just you. Even if the baby she wants to be on that share. I get you what you give you. Okay, share out. You be able to say the responsible child of God. You don't represent your father. Tell me what's already. Tell you what's already. Only I'm sorry, the Muslim here. I'm sure you also have a passion related to that. You can be angry. You need to send only to you want to build that arrow. When you want to share the book, you know if you address the book or not to go back. Something is wrong somewhere. You want to enjoy yourself. True or false? You want to enjoy yourself. So let's work on that. Apologize when wrong. This is one of the most difficult things for many of us to do. It's a sign of strength, not weakness.
Yes, sir.
Treat every interaction as a representation of the organization. So let me ask you a simple question. If it's the Internal Revenue Service as an organization, what does it stand for? What are the programs?
Integrity.
Same part? Integrity.
Good question.
Okay, now common sense. Let's have the all over again. Number one, integrity. Number two, mutual respect. Number three, no, personality. Number four, number five. Number six, number seven, you are listening, you are responding, or you are representing this organization. Your core value must not be left out. That is the essence of the core value. Because you don't know today, let me tell you, the essence of the core value is that whatever interaction, whatever action, whatever disposition that you carry out on behalf of this organization, those core values must be represented. And there's no way you represent them in this way. You agree. And instead, when you're acting on your own capacity, some of us do it. We want to do that. And the authority here. You know one thing about authority, the moment you use it, you don't under it. It's when you adjust to city. Let somebody see you as that. They don't need to tell you, they come out here, if you tell me you want when you have so because of that, the control team 4% authority and then bear, about in bear, what of us meaning. It goes back to the way to let's move on because of time. So, being emotional intelligence at work, I have to spend a long, just that's seeing the video. The other two parts are not structured. Because this covers everything we have discussed. So, bring it now, let's look at this four conversation. It's long, but since I'm going to send you the slide, I don't need to discuss it in front of my time. Self-control, emotional regulation, what it means, the ability to delay immediate emotional response and choose a tough professional reaction Why it matters. Prevent impulse decision, reduce workplace conflict, protect professional image. So what are the practical workplace examples? The taxpayers make us or accuse an officer of an unfair treatment. An emotionally intelligent officer opts, brief, listen, and respond calmly rather than reacting defensively. So this one is very important. So practical techniques can't talk twice before responding. Can you believe it? Clearly, most of the time we are in a hurry to respond. Do you agree? Yes. And that's the why most of the time we misbehave. But if you can do that, there's always no react if all is so different. Take a slow deep breath, ask clarifying questions instead of react. So, reflection question: how do I usually respond when I feel provoked or disrespected at work? Any contribution? Somebody. How do you react? Yes, sir. You have a copy of my art publication as a gift. Hallelujah. I do work away. Walk away. Yes. That's one of the ways to in distance management, walking away. But when you walk away from somebody who wants to collect as well, you have to walk back. Because the way you matter, you're gonna say, so you have to walk after you are. You agree? Because walking away without doing your job will not help the organization accept. It's good to walk away sometimes, yes. What do we do? Another approach can get. Control your temper. Have every temper that man will make people so down. Let's move on. I think I'm now going to self-awareness, what it means, understanding the specific situation, words or behavior that provoke strong emotional reaction. You must know yourself. So common workplace trigger disrespect or passiveness, public criticism, or overload, delay, or manipulation. So right matter of workplace trigger leads to anger, outburst, passive aggression, poor judgment, and emotional impact. But on the other side, practical workplace example, an officer realized that being questioned in public meeting trigger defensive. Yes. With awareness, the officer prepare emotionally and respond professionally. When you know yourself, the other time, I'm privileged to visit officer service regularly. I'm going to always prepare because it's very intelligent. You have a question to ask you and take your balance. So whenever you're going or wherever you are meeting, prepare. That preparation helps you. And when you go unprepared, now that you understand that some of these market women are not educated about this matter, prepare yourself in that manner. That you need to know. So you have to come to their name for them to understand. That's what happened to Apostle Paul. He was able to close with another apostle because he used different approach for different people. When you are dealing with educated one, deal with them based on the bottom. Those who are not educated, you have to come to their name for them to understand and agree with you. Third, personal objectivity. What it means, maintaining personality regardless of personal mood, private challenges, or personal opinion. Please, this matters a lot. It will help your job this year better. Separate yourself from your job. If you are still carrying your personal opinion, decisions, intention, contrary to professional conduct and expected behavior of a professional, then you will need it. So, why it matters, ensure fairness and integrity, prevent abuse of authority, and build for public trust. Practical workplace example, an officer experiencing personal strength at home, seek free taxpayer with consent, patience, and impartiality rather than transferring frustration to the client. So whatever happens in your home, even at office, don't take it to workplace. Go there with objectivity. Go there with empathy. Go there with integrity. And go there with human face. That's why the father still have to be on top. So best practice, leave personal issue outside the office. Follow standard procedure consistently. Seek support instead of venting on clients. Seek support when necessary. There are issues that only you get out of hand. Don't continue to put yourself into it. Stay back. But if you need to file a report, so that I believe you can maybe involve some authority who can help you to arrest. So there are issues, there are issues we get to that. Don't put yourself. Because àwọn aráàlú tọrọ wọn ṣẹtẹ ṣe wọn ní bíbí ọ̀tá. But approach ṣẹlá bíbí ọ̀dọ́ kọjá agbára àti ìyè àti ọgbọ́n yìí. wọ́n ní àgbẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ ní agbára ṣe ní. Òṣèlú bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ bá fi don't put yourself in the matter. Put the official in and do the work professionally. So my personal challenges affect how I treat colleagues or the public. That question for you to answer. You know yourself. Then we never do one check. We everybody that's my shit. But you never go on the way that we are going. That is lack of self-regulation. Then self-social awareness and relationship management. What it means? The ability to understand others' perspective, emotions, and constraints without compromising users or standard using. You don't have to compromise. So, manage matters, reduce hostility, improve compliance and cooperation, and strengthen teamwork. Practical workplace exam. A taxpayer struggles to meet obligation is treated with respect and clear guidance rather than ridicule or harshness, while still enforcing the law. You are doing this possible. I want us to do more of this year. You know the beauty of it. It shows you are a professional, and it also enhances the organization reputation. Because when you get for yourself, you are representing an organization. So the party in action, listen actively, use respective language, acknowledge concerns before responding. Acknowledge concerns. It helps your judgment concerning the matter. Any party is not weakness. It's not compromising standard, it's not ignoring it. It's about knowing how to use the weight of your authority concerning different issues. The work discretionary performance, please learn it. And how do you use it? In the test you are going to do, you understand it when you get there. How can I show understanding? It's not all this thing. But I realized I have just about 10 minutes to add up to the presentation and we move into the practical section. Discussion. How the emotion influence ethical decision making in task administration. What the worksheets here, so we're going to discuss them later. Key takeaway. A professional who control emotion control situations. Do you agree? You don't agree? Raise your hand. So if you can manage your emotion, and you can manage situation. Number two, a leader who understands the emotion build trust. And lastly, an organization that value emotional intelligence and respect. I also handle respect for the public based on the way you handle issues for them. Part two, principles of effective communication and perception. Let me say this to you. How you present matters. That will determine the other person will accept or disagree. So communication is not just speaking, it is understanding and being understood. In any areas, communication shapes taxpayer perception, compliance behavior, conflict resolution, and decision management. So the way you talk, the way you present, the way you approach issues will determine taxpayer perception, the public perception about you and the organization. Poor communication often escalates bring mistrust. So when you get the point that the taxpayer cannot trust you, there's a problem. But when they can trust you, when they realize that you are talking from somebody who have the interest of the public at heart, then they will listen to you. So principle of effective communication, be clear. Please be clear about whatever you are asking to them. Avoid them. That's why I said use the language they understand. I don't know, and also of course problem. So let's saw it. Two, don't handle it. I don't begin from it. Number three, respectful. The language matters. I put my bed this song. On the paper something. Although you know shaking you, somebody, I agree somebody to pick. Family and audience appropriate. Happiness is you don't just see the first time, Abby. Everybody notice, expecting them to pay. You go second time, Abby. I don't know, maybe the third time is going to see that. Or how many times? And until you educate me now, I want to know. If you bring the tax assessment now, and they don't pay within the simulated time, what happens after?
It's objective.
Okay. Or accept.
Say, if you don't do that, that is the final conclusive. Then it is not being.
Within what period?
Within 30 days.
Okay.
exactly what it is.
Okay.
After informing that, we try to get to visit.
That's the thought now.
Still some people without dreaming. Let's have been able to play.
Silly. Can you see now? So you have given enough allowance for that person to cooperate. I think I love that. So, time limits. Then audience appropriate. So key element of effective communication, active listening. Don't listen to react, listen to respond. And don't preempt the person speaking that. I mean, the moment you already assume what the person wants to say, you already prepare your answer before the person finishes speaking. In fact, that's why most people don't wait until the other person finishes speaking before they respond. Because they were eager to what? The boss. Simple language, appropriate tone, no verbal cues, your body language, and also communication. So start frequently present. Here's the thing you do. Task education session, compliance notice, internal report, secondary briefing. So in your communication, in all these modes, try and just make sure that you are using a clear structure. I love the chairman the other time was talking about somebody brought a letter to be signed with a wrong reference. Clear structure, confidence, logical flow. That's one of the things you learn to an administrative officer. You must be able to flow. You write memos to Mr. Governor almost every day. So if you are not logical, your memo is dead on arrival. So when you are presenting an idea you want people to accept and consider to be authentic, then you have to be logical. Then evidence-based explanation. Use references that are related, that can speak from the fact, because facts don't lie. When you present your idea with facts and figures, it justifies your work better and make it acceptable. Ethical implication of communication. Ethical communication, misrepresentation of tasks, don't misrepresent it. And for you not to present, you have to understand it. So if you are here, you realize that don't have the understanding of all the basic things that you are going to face when you go out there. Study it. Bible says study to show yourself approved. It's not just about the Bible, it's about your work. Please study to understand it. If there's any area where you don't understand, talk to other colleagues who can enlighten you. Don't use strictly language with all the information. Please don't do it. Deliberate ambiguity. And only have more fear. You keep it simply to point somebody for what is that. You're already taking it to personally. It's not your job. It's just your value. You are going to represent it for an ambassador. The other way, ethical communication promotes empathy, transparency, accountability, voluntary confinement, and productivity. So let's talk about workplace example, especially penalty clearly instead of using fear. Intimidation is not partial. The reason why those who don't understand the gospel, I'm sorry, I'm using this example. I'm a Christian, I'm sorry. I understand the gospel from two perspectives. Jonathan Edwards wrote a book, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God. He preaches gospel from aggressive point of view. I also read another book from Andrew Womack, The War is Over. He preached gospel from act of peace and love. Both of them are going the same direction but different paths. Which one do I choose? I should go with peace and love. You understand what I'm trying to say? The approach you use matters. You are still doing the work of your government, but how are you doing it? So don't use fear. I heard God is using fear to preach gospel, and you call it good news. And good news brings fear. I'm not condemning his work, but I'm just trying to use an example here. So don't use fear. Don't use intimidation. You can't intimidate somebody and you want the person to be on the same page with you. Educating SME on task obligation rather than intimidating them. Using respectful language, during enforcement visits. Please take note of this in the journey of this year. It really helps because we will be. That's it. And how we go about pushing them now matters to the results we get from them. So, any longer discussion, and then let me go to the top part so that I can go to the last section. So, interpersonal leadership, catalyst for excellence. So, interpersonal leadership in the workplace refers to employees relate with colleagues, supervisor, subordinates, and the public. So, how do you interact with your colleagues and clients? That's where leadership comes from. Healthy relationship fosters teamwork, accountability, mutual respect, ethical, the culture, and productivity. When there's ethical behavior, when there's a mutual interaction. But unethical relationship, break favoritism, conflict, corruption, no moral, lack of cooperation, and poor working relations. So, ethical risk often arises from familiarity with clients that may do. I beg you, don't be over familiar. Because the moment there's over familiarity, it will affect your judgment. You are doing it. Do your job as a professional. Don't over familiarize yourself. That doesn't mean you should wear eyebrow faces. No. Still be friendly, but don't be over familiar. So that's maybe to go to resonate. No, the people you are there. I'm not saying you cannot sit. You can sit and educate them, but don't need to focus on the conversation. Don't bring personal issue to past discussion. Or new influence from friends and relatives. We're still going to discuss it in our discussion. Compromise professional boundaries. Please don't go outside the boundary. You have roles to play. Limit your activities within the role. Professional leadership must be respectful but impartial, friendly but objective, and cooperative but ethical. When you understand this component, you have your job. You don't do. There was a time the DSS came to my office asking a question about something. I was like, well, as much as I would love to respond, I'm going to do it later. Because I'm not the public relation officer of this organization. I have no right to be tweeting information, no matter how much pressure. I'll be willing to respond, but not going to do it later. State all these requests you have from my organization. They're going to respond to it officially. Is that not responsible enough? I said, well, I know you won't give me the information, so you know you won't be planning to stick up. Cross the lines. Know how to be respectful when you are dealing with people. So that's why interpersonal skill that support technical excellence, respect for hierarchy and rules. It is within the organization. It's very important. Number 2, constructive conflict management. Management is inevitable within and outside the organization. Whenever you have an issue, please handle it respectfully. You know, fair treatment for colleagues and taxpayers. Fair treatment. Please, when we are going on that our group discussion, please make sure you're involved. Please be involved. I know why I said so. Refusal of undue favor. So, equity, inter-revenue contextual example, declining gift or inducement from taxpayer unlikely. Let me tell you something. I saw the level of service before the new year. I made personal before, and I was like, I've said it, you are ready to do for it. And I went there yesterday because I was so busy to take it. I always drop it with that piece, and then you see I'm like, you know, the secretary won't be very much. I didn't want to see. I said, and you see, I don't want to enter. So I was like, how are you doing? I'm fine. You know, I'm busy. I brought your gift and your staff. I didn't want to see you, but your staff insisted that I should go using it. I only know this was only. In computer, forget week after Christmas. Somehow I don't only for those people. I need to understand. I love that concept. I learned yesterday something different. I don't need only the special people. Most Mawa only control and brought a gift and trying to figure out. You can't deny what you have collected. I don't understand the concept. He said, forget you week of that Christmas and New Year. Don't take from anybody. I love that. So please, when some people will offer you some gift because they know they are going to give your people. You can politely reject if you outside what you have conviction to be for genuine intention. Treating contrast media equally regardless of circumstances. This one can be difficult sometimes. Do you agree? Because the person who knows somebody will call you and your will also call you. Two of us. But I think we are going to use our discretion, right? Yes, use our discretion. Yeah. Managing internal disagreement functionality. You are going to have disagreement with your colleagues over it. All these things are us. So building an ethical leadership posture, clear I believe you have it before. I mean, You have rules, rule books guiding what you do. Understand these rules. So, peer accountability. You don't know peer accountability. When you, I don't you don't go out as individual, you go as team. When you are peering team, you peer it with discretion. As the head of the department, you know individuals' personality traits. They really match some people together to balance the team. I don't even understand what I'm saying. Yes. One will be checking. What person so I cannot compare this with other person with. Then leadership by examples. Leadership by examples. Open report channel for anybody who has it to easily send their situation, their continuous ethics and emotional intelligence training. Strong internal accountability mechanism. This is also very important. Accountability. Strong internal accountability mechanism help employee do what is right. Effective organizations are not built by rules alone or by leadership handed in integrity. This word is for me. So it's not just about rules. It's about integrity, it's about who you are when nobody is watching. So the question, how can the interpersonal leadership leaders strengthen picking their conduct? Where should officers draw the line between friendliness and compromise? And how can EPRS staff hold one another accountable? Basically, this one's know yourself. So let's declare motto before we discuss this. What's the brand level? I brought something for you that we appreciate probably do within 15 minutes. It's not something that's very difficult. I did it for 8. How can we divide ourselves into 8 groups? 4 here, 4 here. Oh yeah, this is the practical aspect of everything I've discussed. If we don't do this, we have not come here. So we can do it. I'm supposed to end by 2, and we still have about 23 minutes before 2. So let's quickly do it. Let's quickly do it. I want to show something. No noise. See. Oh yeah, no noise. 4. Let's just. No, 8 groups. So it means 4. Yes, this group, 2 group, 3 group, 4 group. Those who are at the back can move closer. I want to be involved with this. So it's the group leader. Those are nomination. Yes, who's the group leader here? Thank you. The next group is the group leader here. So that's group 1, right? Group 1. That's the instruction. This is your work. Group 2. Who's the group leader here? The volunteer. Let's do it quickly. I wish we have fire. So that's group 3. Who's the leader? Who's the leader? So it is your job to decide. So what understand this out? Yes, group 4. This is the practical, real life practical example. Get one. Group 5. Where's group 5? Where's the this is your work, and this is the explanation to the work. 6.
Ẹ jọ wo lèmi fẹ́ wá nígbà tẹ́ ní kí n máa ṣiṣẹ́. Ẹyin báyìí. Méjì lẹ́yìn. 3 yẹn. Yóò lèmi fẹ́ wá.
A volunteer. So, okay. Hello. 4 pages explanation. Go straight to the
Attention, more.
to the work. So, the Hello, you have 20 minutes to round up the section. Please listen to me. I'm trying to help you with my explanation so that I don't spend much time here. Just listen to my explanation to help you. It's about etiquette task administration.
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
I do it. Immediately, lecturer explain what is to be done. Who are maybe for that, those that are the back that move for that, these are the back that move for that. And then you listen to the instruction. Are we clear?
Okay, then because listen to me. I gave you a 4-page explanation. I don't have enough time. It's supposed to be a 1 act. Okay.
Let's listen first.
So let's look at this. Please pay attention. You know, it's ethical dilemma in class administration. There are some issues that are going to meet. Now, post ethical dilemma, that will be a ethical dilemma for you to decide. And I have about 8 of such. But this will help you to understand how to handle ethical dilemma. Number 1. Yes, the group's discussion framework. By the end of the section, participants should be able to identify ethical dilemma in class administration, apply ethical reasoning in real life cases, and make defensive, lawful, and professional decisions. Balance empathy with integrity in task-payer relationship. So, thank you, yes. So, instruction. I think I've done that already, so let me just move. Yes. This is just one example to explain this. A business owner who is connected to high-ranking political figure approaches a tax official requesting urgent assistance to secure a government contract. The assessment is incomplete and outstanding liability exists. Taxpayers simply offer a gesture of appreciation and measure critical collection. If you mention the governor or the governor, and immediately your heart will what? So, what do you do? Guided group discussion questions. What exactly is ethical dilemma in this matter? You have to meet something similar in all your assignments. So what is ethical dilemma here? What exactly are the stakeholders affected by your decision? What laws, regulation, or code of conduct applies to that thing? Then what are the possible course of action? That is what you are likely going to do, or what will happen after it, whatever you do. What are the short-term and long-term consequences of each portion? The options. Which option best protects the integrity of the tax system, public trust, and personal and national reputation? So, good presentation. We're going to have your representative talk about your answer. We didn't put so many. You can do that. So, let's put the short now. What will help you? Listen to this. Is there a conflict between personal benefit, pressure, or official duties? If yes, proceed to step 2. If no, follow the standard that is laid out. So, legality test. Is the request action legal under tax law and service rule? If that request is legal, what happens? Proceed to step 3. If not, reject request and document the action. So you are under pressure, just trying to meet with that. Policy are code of conduct test. Does it violate any code of ethics, public service rules, or internal policy? If yes, stop, escalate, or report it. If no, proceed to step 4. Step 4, transparency test. Would you be comfortable if decision were number 1, reviewed by the superior, report step in the media, used as a precedent? No, consider yes, proceed to the fact. Fairness and consistency test. Would you make the same decision for every taxpayer in similar circumstances? If your answer is no, action is unnecessary. If your answer is yes, proceed to step 6. Does this decision protect public interest that is impacted? Now, the impact of that decision you want to make on it and the general. So, does this decision protect public revenue? Uphold taxpayer dignity, strengthen institution trust? If no, seek alternative ethical action. If yes, proceed ethically. Then final decision, take action. document decisions and report appropriately. Now, that is the essence of the assignment I've given you. It's an assignment. So rub minds and respond to the question that is in the just one sheet. It doesn't take time. Within 5 minutes, you can do it. No, good. All of you are agreeing on your answer, and you give that you are going to tell them. But in 5 minutes, credit for you 5 minutes. No, eliminate you, task person. I can answer within 5 minutes. That is the case. That's the case. But you just make you then in case you have questions, you can write your question. Pass it to me so that I can respond to it. assignment to become that person and presentation. So you can still not do on your own.
Which report? No, that's
Pra ṣe competence pátápátá ni ẹ̀yin HR wọ́n sì ń wò wọ́n wò ní.
Are we wrapping up now? Are we wrapping up? So you take one and take it. The other will come and say, pass the boss.
That guy.
Thank you very much. Let's have our seat, please.
All right, any group that is not seated in another 30 seconds will be disqualified. If you are not seated in another 30 seconds, will be disqualified. Okay, that group will be disqualified.
Please forgive me, sir. Let's have our seat, please. Thank you very much for compliance. Same way we're expecting taxpayers to comply with us. Thanks for your compliance. Thank you very much. Let's have our seat. So before we do the presentation now, let's pay attention. So quick ethical decision tree. How do you make ethical decisions? Don't forget we are discussing about journalism and ethics in the workplace. One of the things you will always meet in your workplace is ethical dilemma. And what is ethical dilemma? Ethical dilemma is a situation whereby you are faced with multiple options or minimum of 2 options, where you have to choose between what is right and what is wrong. Particularly when your interest is at stake. Your interest at stake. So let's explore the ethical. Okay. Whatever. Yes. This week, open our ask what you just did. Ask yourself, when you meet in this kind of situation, ask yourself, is it legal? Is it ethical? Is it fair? Is it transparent? Can I defend this decision publicly? And listen to Bishop Okeadeju. Sometimes she said whatever she will do, and she will be asked to come and explain, and she will have to cover her face that she will never do it. So, as an individual, that action you are going to carry out, that if you are called publicly to come and defend it, will you be able to defend it? That's ethical. So, if any answer is no, that is to any of this, don't proceed. It will save you from a lot of stress. There are so many things you will see. You agree? Can you go for Tobago? Only for 100 years. And the person will be doing that thing. Everybody challenging me, but you got to be part of keeping your control. They are not only sick. So if any answer is no, don't proceed. If yes, sorry, don't proceed. The party. I'm trying to debate now. What pressure influences ethical decision most? Most of the time is from personal pressure, not official. Do you agree? When we go to meet, I want to present service commission. That was when internal revenue was still under the state government. And we had cases. I was privileged to be a secretary to a panel of an officer from Internal Revenue Service who has stolen a lot of money. A lot. So that property she would go. But it was later dismissed. But that money was not recovered. Most of the time, the reason why we engage top skeptical behaviors to personal, not official. We can still do our official between office. The representative of the group should prepare. Number two, how can the institution protect ethical officers? This is interaction. Ethical officers are not the kind of officers who have made their job the way they should do it. But do you know one terrible thing about such from the public? The public don't like such. But so how can the organization protect such officers? Can we get a response from somebody? An officer who is doing his or her job ethically, professionally. How can the organization protect them? Yes, response.
The first to be an officer, let's say the revenue officer acting in line with the professionalism, in line with professionalism. First, when you get to a stage that you know it's actually above your level, so you're actually satisfied, so that if your place will not show, then your reputation need to show. So the person who you are dealing with the higher authority and not just the deliverer. But
if you become a public interest and an officer is at the center of it, the best the officer can do is to save the face of that officer from the public scrutiny or from the public attack. Let me just say example. Something happened in this state under a particular government. I won't mention the name of that government. Should I go on this? Let me not go into the story. Okay, but one of those things that it happened to an officer, and that officer was protected. That government said that it should start because government's interest was in that matter, and the officer was trying to do what he is. He insisted that they should sack him at the point he thought he was sacked. By chance, he got to know later that he was not sacked, and he summoned the head of service. And now this officer is still in service to the head of the service. I didn't do it because of your reputation. Because the basis for which you ask us to sack him, if we do, and it goes to court, it won't go well with your administration. So sometimes the organization or those leaders will try to protect the interest of officers who are doing the right thing. Then talk. What system reduce discretion abuse? I talked about discretionary performances the other time. And what does it mean? As somebody who is sent on assignment, there is a point where your administrative, official, and everything has to do with your job stops. And your personal decision influence concept, do you agree? How do you exercise your discretion without abusing it? That's a very serious question, and if somebody can answer. How do you exercise your discretion with performance without abusing it? And this can exercise because of that. The moment you don't exercise that discretion based on your personal interest, let me take your personal interest from your discretion. Use that discretion on behalf of the office or on the interest of the office. The moment you put this the personal discretion and you are the beneficiary of that discretion, it's no longer ethical. It's unethical. But that personal discretion, anytime you want to exercise it, let it be at the interest of the organization you represent. Number 4, how does ethical behavior improve revenue performance? Can somebody? One here, so that we run the session we have. How does it? James, the answer. Just go ahead and answer. Sir, promote the image. When the public can trust you, they will be willing to pay. It will increase the revenue. Yes, what's other? Transparency. Transparency. When Transparency is when you put, because I think the information is on the public domain, how much you are generating on monthly basis and how the month is. So transparency can also enhance revenue generation. Let it so. If ethical value to emphasize, but all of these are almost your core values. So if you can follow all these core values, they'll help you to demonstrate ethical behavior at every level. So now let's have a presentation. Which group is the first to present? The group leader will present. It's just simple. You read the question that you treated, and you want to read the question and the answer you have to it. Thank you. Please just introduce yourself. All the presenter for each group will also have a gift for you.
Thank you. My name is Kola Kubina. The scenario is after completing a routine assessment, a compliant taxpayer discreetly leaves an envelope on your desk as a tax officer, saying, "This is just to say thank you for your help. The assessment was done already." The ethical dilemma: accepting may appear means rejecting may offend the taxpayer. The discussion, three focus: integrity, gift policy, and professional boundaries. Then the discussion questions: does intent matter? If no rule was broken. This scenario is all about leaving a gift. I think that has been happening in most of our offices. Gifts are like seeds sown, and there is nobody who sows a seed that will not expect to reap. So definitely, so many people behave, your gift makes way for you. So any gift given to us in the office means that person is expecting something in return. Even if you have done your job correctly, even this appreciation of that is a gift. I mean, it's a seed that the person is expecting to somebody. So this intent really matters. You as an officer, you have to know by asking questions. Asking the questions. I mean, relevant questions about the gift. And the second one, how should appreciation be handled ethically? Appreciation should be handled ethically by disclosure. You have to disclose. Like, there's no tax station that is only one staff that is there. You have 2 or 3 people. Immediately a gift is given to you discreetly. Allow it, tell the rest, disclose. That will reshape the intent of the man. Then the third, what institutional policy applies? I think EKRS has staff regulation which deals about inclusion of every gift into the internal audit for proper control.
Thank you. That's celebrating. I hope that that's a very good representation from group 1. I'm so impressed. Thank you for your responses to that. We all learn from that. Thank you. Group 2. Thank you. Let's take our thoughts. We have to go up with you all understand what they are doing here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's good to my name is Borola. Okay. So the scenario here is audit and enforcement unit selective compliance. That's the case study. And the scenario here is an audit team discovers major order declaration by a power corporation. Management shortly advises the team to focus on smaller businesses instead to avoid fraud. Now, the ethical dilemma is follow management instruction to enforce tax laws impartially. Now, the stakeholders in this case is the officer himself, the management, and the taxpayer. The taxpayer in this case, we have the smaller and bigger corporation involved. Now, we believe that part of our code of conduct is to ensure that we have public revenue, public trust, and professionalism in our workplace. Now, when does this instruction from management become unethical? We as a group decided that yes, we always follow management instruction, but we not want to enforce tax laws impartially. So the management have not said exactly to follow the tax laws impartially. So all we need to do is, yes, the instruction is to move to smaller corporation. We follow the instruction to now then do what? Make sure that our professional enough to document. We have identified that it is needed. So we are going to get that PT test now, which is to stop, just like management has instructed, we request and document our interaction. If possible, we get management to also document that interaction if we can get it as much as we can. Because we believe that what management is seeing at top level, we might not be able to see it. And that's also us removing our personal interest from what we're doing. At the end of the day, we're working with the overall group. Now, policy and code of conduct, does it violate any code of ethics, service rule, or internal policy? The instruction does not violate any code of conduct, but once we start applying the laws impartially, we're already violating the code of conduct. So we are careful to report whatever it is that we're seeing in smaller companies and what we have also seen in the larger corporation. We are not going to try to cover the larger corporation, but report it the way it is. And the smaller companies will be treated fairly. Now, transparency test. Would you be comfortable with this decision when reviewed by your supervisor, reported in the media use as precedent? Yes, we believe that our decision is okay. Now, fairness and consistency test. Will this happen? That's right. Okay. Will this same decision happen for every taxpayer in similar circumstances? We believe that as a group, we believe that this decision that we have made, though difficult, but by documenting properly and taking our steps as we should, we will also be able, because when we document properly in the future, management can tell us to bring the file back and we release it to the larger company.
Group 3. We have 3 minutes each, so let's round up because I have to drop this mic before 2:30. I love to keep the time. Let's celebrate it once again at the point. Thank you very much.
Definitely. So, at group 3, our case scenario is about a connected individual who wants the tax plans certificate within the next 48 hours. So first, the element is the.
You can use this place. The first you have 2.5 minutes left.
Is to the ethical element is to fast track the TCC illegally, which we know TCC isn't something we get across within the next 24 to 48 hours. So it's trying to let us fast track it, which is illegal. Then the objection to the gift is what we should put into action. We shouldn't take the gift because we have to do our work efficiently first, and even taking the gift will make us make the job feel like it should get done, and it's not getting done straight and somehow to the taxpayer. Then next is we are protecting our integrity as regards the organization and also the revenue officer involved. We're protecting our integrity because if we're taking the gift and this work isn't done appropriately, it will look as if maybe we just took the gift and we didn't even get the job done, and it's against the ethics of the organization you're representing. Then the NTAA should cover for whatever it is.
These are just the 3 questions you have to answer.
Okay.
So you're responsible for these 3 questions. That's it. It's left to me to accept those 3 questions asked after.
So what documentation protects the officer? The NTA, the rules and regulation governing the organization, the EKRS, will definitely protect the officer if he has appropriately rejected the gift. And the third question is, how should pressure be managed? This is when emotional intelligence lecture comes into play. We will definitely have to talk this high net worth individual out of the fact that we will help them to fast track such a thing illegally. We should talk him out of it, and we should let him know that we can't fast track this, and we have to follow the appropriate line. We have to follow the appropriate channel to get this TCC done. So the collection of gifts and whatever classification is used. Yes, I'm
Thank you very much. Let's celebrate with the first break. Let's be talking about it. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is David Dalham. And our scenario is the supervisor instructs officers to use aggressive tactics as threats, sealing of premises, or harassment to meet monthly revenue targets. The ethical deliver here is meet targets, which is something that is stressing so many people. And the other one is respect taxpayer rights and dignity. So the decision tree focuses on leadership ethics, human rights, and accountability. So our first question is, attached to justification for ethical, and I will say no, because we want to meet targets. We cannot harass taxpayers. So we look for alternatives in meeting targets. So we can actually achieve this without harassment. The second question is, what ethical leadership alternative exists? We've been listening. We've had so many. Persuasion, sensitization. In fact, sometimes we might even leave the taxpayer, go and come back again. The next time I'm back, I want to ask, I won't even ask for money. The next time I'm coming back, my money will be paid. How should subordinates respond? Of course, my supervisor's instruction is kind of, so I will have to remember impact here, which are core value. So integrity, mutual respect, and so on. So I will respond with respect to my supervisor, and I will practice it in that way. It is moves going us. We have to look for alternative way of achieving this.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Let's celebrate 5 minutes sports.
Thank you very much. My name is Moshidi David. The scenario here is an ICT officer is asked.
Please.
An ICT officer is asked by a senior colleague to alter or release the taxpayer's confidential or official conveyances. Now, what is the ethical dilemma here? Now, it is to obey the superior or to protect the confidentiality. Now, it is just to protect confidentiality. Now, the decision to focus data ethics, confidentiality, and accountability. Now, discussion question: who authorizes data access? In EKIRF, like the scenario says that an IT officer instructed his junior colleague to alter the taxpayer's confidential report. Now, who authorizes data access? Is to do the management from the chairman. So, what is the ethical response to unlawful instruction? As the junior officer to his superior, you said, "Sir, I'm not too sure I can do this. Let us get an approval from the management." Now, that is the ethical response from the junior officer to the superior. Now, how should such request be documented? The document, because of future purpose, that approval gotten from the chairman, the management should be filed. How to do? Now, the ethical dilemma now recognized it as to alter taxpayers' information. That's the ethical dilemma. Then the decision pathways, getting approval from the PC. Final ethical decision, if you say that superior officer.
Politely. Thank you very much. I just want to inform some of these things. They may look simple until we find ourselves in these scenarios. Please, let us be professional, ethical in our conduct. Yes.
Our scenario, if that talking about legal and prosperity, in our case, is discretion and terrorism. What is it? Our scenario is a law. Our scenario right now, a law has penalty waiver under the hardship. The politically exposed taxpayer request a waiver without evidence. So definitely an high taxpayer feel like that consider me not to pay tax. And this our basic discussion right now says how is hardship objective access
basically, you can use your discretion. Like maybe if you have any contact with the taxpayer, often I know from the taxpayer can actually make this payment, and also based on requirements and then evidence. If that payer feels that okay, I'm not meant to pay tax because of what you said, okay, what are the evidence? And sometimes the evidence might be false based on what we study, but based on you personally taking on the taxpayer and also going for what people are saying now, you can also be an evidence to that. And also about to say that what safeguard prevent abuse of discretion. That's maybe ethically and compliant training, and also you can at least do that aspect of professionalism as to not to feel biased or trying to put your personal interest as regards or career to work effectively. And number three aspects, how should politically exposed case be handled? How should politically exposed case be handled? Number one, I refer to the higher authority. We feel me trying to put myself according to what our students told us right now. Instead of it putting yourself in that case, I feel that I might not able to handle this case, you can refer to the higher authority to come into the case. Maybe the particular person that felt I'm not paying that and feel for that. Trying to have a backing. You trying to put yourself in that and the picture of my end of giving you a personal problem. And refer that to authority to handle that. And then the ethical paradigm is that any situation that you find yourself, don't try to compromise the standard. The standard, what the KRS stand for is what we stand for. So try and replicate what the organization stand for. And the key point is that education must never become favoritism. Don't feel I like this person, I like this person, and try to guide by the law and evidence and the fairness not to influence our status and all stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Observing now, step up to the last group.
Thank you so much. Our slate today is talking about an officer who can quickly simplify tax-specific obligation to a small business. So from our definition, we get weight and we understand that maybe the officer in charge, maybe due to familiarity and friendly approach, that's why it's going beyond. So what the question here is permission equal to deception? So it is actually yes here. What is the ethical duty of an educator? The ethical duty of an educator is to actually release all vital information regarding tax, necessary tax law in order to build trust. Because when you build trust, there will be a confidence and natural compliance of tax payments by the taxpayer. And that's why how does clarity compliance? So, like I mentioned earlier, when you actually build trust through proper communication and professionalism and transparency, there will be trust from the taxpayer to the revenue authorities and EKRs will be projected in large. Thank you.
Thank you very and straightforward. Then the last 36.8.
Good afternoon, my name
What body?
Let's
listen, please.
I'm from Google. Which to plan internal control. The scenarios an officer discovered for this diverting the tax payment. Reporting may lead to retaliation or isolation. Stakeholder involved the officer and management. Ethical dilemma. Loyalty to police, loyalty to institution and public trust. Decision through focus. Which two ethics and moral code. Discussion questions. What reporting channel exists? As a revenue officer must discover there's sort of arrangement happen between the taxpayer and the revenue officer. The first thing is to do is that to report to the DTO. The DTO will report to the solar head. The solar head will report to the director, and the director will report to the chairman. How can the whistleblower be protected? The whistleblower will be protected by trying to the DTO to have the identity of the whistleblower. For any information or a particular information that can be traced to that between the whistleblower and hand it to the officer that involved in such such illegal transaction between the taxpayer and between him and the taxpayer. What does silence become publicity? The silence become publicity when the management later discover what actually happened between the taxpayer and the officer involved. How to run the session effectively? I saw one case.
It's okay, you have answered the question. Thank you very much. Please have your for you. All the presenters, please come and have your copies. Somebody can even pass it to them. As I run door, let me pass it to all the 7 other presenters. As I run door, here's the conclusion of the whole matter. Towards the question of professional and civil experiments. Professional and ethical conduct are not occasional acts. They are daily practice. It's not something you do yesterday and do next week. If it has not become part of your daily lifestyle, you will have problem exercising it. Emotional intelligence, effective communication, and healthy interpersonal relationship forms powerful ethical framework for public service. So for EPRS staff, embracing this principle will, number 1, improve service delivery, strengthen public trust, reduce ethical violation, enhance personal and general credibility. Notes: professionalism is what you do, and ethics is who you are. This is the word I want to go home with today. Professionalism is what you do. That's what you're expected to do based on the work you are doing. But ethics or ethical conduct is a product of yourself as individual. As I round up this conversation, I want you to think you are not just a staff of a state revenue service, but you are representing your family. You are representing yourself. Any act of misconduct or ethical practice or professional behavior will not only tarnish the image of this organization, but your lineage as individual, because you have a name. And that's why I want to beg you, anything that will tarnish the image of this organization, stay away from it. Do your work as a professional and as ethical as possible. And I pray that all will be with you and help you to do your job with success. Thank you.
Below your left hand, below this session.
Thank you. We are very grateful, and this they are all to tell you how your protection has been appreciated, sir. And now there's something that was mentioned as part of the discussion, which I just want us to think about. That is about the organization protecting the staff. Some of you may not know. About 2 weeks before Christmas, there was a request that one of our staff to be bundled to one of the law enforcement agents' office, and that they wanted half of blah, 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 blah. And I have to call the law enforcement agency and said, look, you cannot bundle this woman. I am the one you should write letter to, not I'm the one heading the agency, and she's not. And she has only acted within her own job schedule as a revenue officer. She has not committed any illegality. They say, police, we just want her to come and say, sorry, fortunately, I'm traveling now. When I'm back, I would rather come with her than now ask a lady to come to your office on a Friday. Are we together? I want to encourage that we stood again that no, I'm not going anywhere. No, let us do things decently. What has she done? She went to request for payment, and then some group of people now wrote a petition against her. I said, this is not going to stand. I just want you to know that because I was in the picture of what transpired. If I wasn't in the picture, and if she also didn't give a feedback at all, they have invited you and she has gone like a last left to discuss her. what you can be, what you can be. Okay. Once you're already inside that place, to bring you out becomes a challenge. So even though we want to protect you as much as possible, but please protect yourself. One major way of protecting yourself is by keeping to all those ethics, all those things that you have learned today. And either we like it or not, it's so practical. These are things we come across every day. Maybe your own is to choose between what is right and what is wrong. My own, many of the time, is to choose between what is right and what is right, or to choose between what is wrong and what is wrong. Because sometimes there could be two rights, and then you now have to choose the one that is the better option. And at that time, if you are not objective, if you want to use a discretion that will pay you personally, you will run into trouble. Not in the place here where petitions fly all over the place against EPRS, against even the law that we are just like, the directors do some petitions again. But people say EPRS has not put in a new clause into that law. And I have to take time to go and meet Mr. Governor. This is the old law, sir. This is the new one. This is the one from JTB. And by the time His Excellency the video, give one that will come back. You know, so I want to encourage everyone of us to please be as transparent as possible. It's time for us to go for lunch, but I want us to give him a round of applause again. Because, thank you, because I'm conscious that some of us traveled and we want to go back. Therefore, I want us to finish in time. And so permit us so that we don't give you 30 minutes or whatever. Just stretch your leg, take your meal. You can be eating while the next presentation happens. I'll be doing the next presentation. It's in your own interest to make sure you don't miss it. And if you miss it, I know it's in your interest not to miss it. Now, because there are a lot of things to say, there may be some that you don't understand. So if you now want a second touch, which means you want to be around again tomorrow, you will need to let HR know because it's only today's lunch that they prepare for you. Are we together? God bless you. Have a beautiful day. They say you should remain seated so that they will serve your meal where you are. Thank you. We thank you once again.
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome to the final session for today. If I were you, I will settle down and I will make sure that nobody distracts me. I will also make sure that I take as much notes as possible because unless the Holy Spirit says otherwise, the slides may not be shared. So, I'm warning you ahead. Why don't you bring that camera close? When you play camera, be far away from cameras. And so it's in your own interest to listen and listen as attentively as possible. The aspect that we are considering now, will you please lower the pregnant part so that I don't want to have all those issues. The part that I'm taking today is such a personal thing that it is in your own interest to make sure that you catch as much as possible. And it's coming out of passion. And if you are to take this kind of lecture in MBS, the minimum you will pay will be about 400,000 each of you. As if I collect 400,000 from each of you, you know what that will be. But the HR team mounted pressure on me, and they insisted that I must give it to you free of charge. And that's why I'm informing you in advance that it is liquid content only. So at least you get the liquid content. I will go about it as fast as possible. And like I said, there are some concepts that you don't really understand. You can join the session tomorrow again. There is it's allowed to have a double portion. Okay, I'll be talking about how you can this guy. Okay, how you can manage your finance and you stay afloat. How will you be able to manage your finance and stay afloat? Because I was receiving so much request for loan, or because I said, everyone was okay, relax. Holy Spirit will speak to me. I thought that's what he would say. So that just take a data just as much as possible. I'll make the slides available to you. Is that okay now? But please make sure you concentrate because if you miss one step, it may be a lot for you. Managing your finance. So I was receiving so many requests for loan, requests for loan, requests for loan. And I know that in the state we are still trying, we are doing our best. Yes, the money may not look big to you, but it is always when you try extra, you will know that we are actually trying. You know, so how do you manage your finances and stay afloat? Because when I keep on getting requests, I want to pay my children's school fees, I want to pay house rent, I want to somehow even almost in fact somebody was good enough to say, I want to inject this into my own business. Okay. We're moving on. I'll be bringing some preamble, some of them will be funny, and then I'll be talking about source of finance, I'll be talking about personal finance, and then I'll also be sharing some thoughts to you about money, and then we'll go to part 2, which will be financial management, not the one that the accountants learned in school, but it's going to be a very interesting one. I want you to realize that making a breakthrough in life is a work. I presented this thing somewhere and I said it, and my wife said, you mean it's a work. And that changed our horizon, that changed our perspective about financial independence. And she's on her way cruising to it. Because many of us don't know that poverty never wants to leave you. Poverty will get one Papa Lady, open and so if you are not determined to fight, if you are not ready to fight, it will keep on hugging you. I'm just being sincere with you. Until I realized that poverty is a battle, it's something that I have to fight and win. I couldn't break the battle. So otherwise you'll be taking loan for this, you'll be taking loan for that, simply because you don't know certain things. In Isaiah, please, those of you that are not present, I will appear as if I'm preaching. That is the only way I can convey this message. And sincerely, before God, I'm telling you, I have prayed a lot on this. So it's not just a seminar. I'm telling you, I woke up in the night, I prayed and prayed and prayed. This morning, I prayed and prayed that God will grant you grace to be open, to see the sincerity in my heart, to accept it, and then break that backbone of poverty. So that when you are broken that backbone of poverty, you are then liberated to go ahead and liberate others. Are we together? In Isaiah 2 chapter 4, chapter 2 verse 4, it says, and he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they men war anymore. This scripture looks irrelevant. What are they talking about? Now, in the holy days, there were usual wars. And even now, you see our Palestinians and Israel fighting battle is a continual one. But there's a prophecy there. And that prophecy says, no, people will no longer carry guns to fight. They will no longer carry spears. They will convert all their ammunition, their weapons of war, into what? They will beat their swords into plowshare. Plowshare is an agricultural instrument. And don't forget that in the ancient day, the economy was agrarian economy. That means everything was about agri. And so the war against any nation now is a war against their economy. Economy war is more than Third World War. Economy war is a weapon of mass destruction. WMD. And that is why there's a man called Maduro. Around this time, maybe last week or a few days ago, he was the president of a nation called Venezuela. Today, America went to that country, abducted the whole president of the nation, who shake for his hand, and carried him there. And Trump, with his big mouth, came out again and said, no, henceforth, the US will be controlling the economy. We will be bringing in 50 barrels of oil. He said, we will now be controlling their oil. What is that? Economy war. Tell your neighbor, poverty is an enemy. You must destroy it. It's over. If you don't realize it's a war, you will take it as casual. And that's why I used to have one uncle like that. One day he was partially drunk, he then came and he was saying, daddy, that's all my guy there. Hey, man, you know, he now mentioned one of his friends that drank until his liver backed off. He now said his friend drank and his liver backed off. That we should be warning him because he was drinking. It didn't make sense to us. I said, why can't you warn yourself? When we were warning him before, he would say, that is motorbike. Television. Because he had built one ramshackle bungalow. He had a bike, he had a television. He said that he would enjoy himself. That man didn't know. You see his family today, I don't even know where they are, because he didn't get it right. Why did Lot and Abraham part ways in Genesis chapter 13? Even if you are not a Christian, you know that Lot was supposed to be a nephew of Abraham, and he was supposed to be taking care of it. But the Bible records that there now came a time when the servants of Lot were fighting the servants of Abraham. And Abraham said, let us not fight. We are quick wherever you go. I will pick the other one. What caused the separation? Now, what was the issue between Jacob and Esau? Now, money. Why was there a fight between Jacob and Laban? Now, money. Why did David fight so many war? And even decided to take Nabal. He said, okay, if Nabal will not give me and my men food, we'll kill all the men there. You know, for the wisdom of Abigail, David would have killed everybody. Why? Because of economy fight. What is possible that they had made to buy farmers? It still has to do with economy. So, is it war or no war? No war. Changes brought management. Now, in Matthew chapter 25, we hear about the story of the talents. Somebody was giving 5, another one was giving 2, another one was giving 1. The one that was giving 5 multiplied became 10. The one giving 2 multiplied and became 4. The one giving 1, what did he do? He buried his own. He said his oga was too bitter that you want to reap where you don't sow, and that's why when you give it to me, I then. And the Bible records that the master said, why are you so wicked, the servant? When you knew I was reaping where I did not sow, you could have at least given my talent to a banker. The word talent there is what you would have used for naira or dollar today. It was not just gift. It's not a gift of a single. It is naira. It is money. You could have given it to the bankers so that at least I will earn interest on my money. Now, there are differences between all of them. And one of the differences is attitude. Your attitude matters when it comes to wealth situation. How do you handle money? I'm fighting an uncle me. 59 kilo street to what is 500 naira? It's nothing to me. But let's not forget. Every 50 naira, every 5 naira, sum up to something eventually. So when you don't respect money, don't expect money to respect you. For money to come into your hands, you must show respect for money. So once you cannot show respect for money, money is not going to respect you. And because you don't respect that little, therefore, much doesn't come into your hands. The man with one power, one talent, didn't respect it. And let's face the reality. How many 5 talents people do you have? The 1 talent people are in the majority. How many of you can become a saxophonist, be honest, be a writer, be a singer? How many of you? It's not common. The one that is common is the 1 talent. Is this only one thing I can do? All I can do is I can sing. All I can do is I can run. All I can do is I can cook. All I can do is I can tie hair. All I can do is to do fashion designing. 1 talent are more. And therefore, because you are counting the blessing of your chairman, you are not counting your own blessings, and then you ridicule your own blessings, and it's like, we did not get it. If I can do this one, if I can, value what you have. Are we together? The second thing is also that what you want. And of course, if you call, there's a young baby there that I saw one of our colleagues back in. If you give that baby candy, that is like shit. Or you give her $100 bill, which one would the baby be? Candy. Why? Because he or she doesn't know the value of dollar. And that's the same thing that happened to many of us. And so many of us are complaining, hey, Chairman has not paid incentive, he has not paid incentive. And you know, when I hear some of those things, I get, look, there is something higher than naira and kobo. But if you don't value this, no. If you don't have this understanding, hello, if you don't have an understanding of how to handle money, let us multiply your salary by 10. You will see how money is. Once you don't know how to handle money, you don't know how to respect money, you can earn in millions and still die as a poor man. My eyes have seen a lot. and I've experienced it all. I have seen rich men turn poor. I have seen somebody that was donating houses as if you are donating paper, giving houses, building for churches, doing all that one. As a year 2013, that I interacted with this man, if I tell you how much he was owing, even me, I was to consult for him on an issue, and then we were discussing, and he was pricing my bill. And when I saw his name in the newspaper, I was shocked. He was owing Nigerian banks over 90 billion. And you know, if I'm talking, I have met with extremely rich people, and I've also met people that are extremely poor, as a poor, that we were sleeping in the same room together. 2-bedroom apartment in Biological. Only one toilet, 3 children, and we were squeezing ourselves into it. And that same man is extremely rich today. And I know other people that were rich yesterday. And if I begin to mention their names now, it will be as if I want to ridicule them. That's why I want to please plead with you. Value whatever is in your time. Because over time, what is finance? Many of us assume that we know what finance is about. Eventually, you should know money. If that is all you understand, you have missed the point. Finance is a field that leads to the study of investment. The word investment comes first. It includes the dynamics of assets and liabilities. And so those of you that hate figures, those of you say, what do I want to do with asset and liability? Congratulations. It includes the dynamics of assets and liabilities over time, under conditions of different degrees of uncertainty and risk. Finance can also be defined as the science of money management. I tell you sincerely, if you don't know how to manage money, then you will need to be managed by those that know how to manage money. If you don't know how to fight a battle so that your money will begin to work for you, you will work for money till you find it. And that's when you see, I was giving this teaching in refreshing manner, which is enough for non-dimensional fellowship that I coordinate with my wife. And there was a particular man I didn't know he was watching. He was the security man, also in security, very lucky. I was just doing after the seminar, the man said, well done, sir. He was looking sad. I said, oh, all the place. I wish I knew all you said in faith. My life would not have been like this. And I told him, it's never too late. Are we together? So, another thing is that one basic thing about finance is that it has to do with time value of money. I know some of you that are not accountants may not know the meaning of time value of money. I once worked with an organization as a CEO, and I saw that I predicted that year we may not be able to make so much money from our operations. So I discussed with the head of sales. I said, you're going to do me a favor. At the beginning of the year, let's discuss with our customers who are running no billboards. Can we collect money in advance? So if you want to take my board for 1 year, every month, if you want to be paid on a monthly basis, you'll be paying me 1 million naira. But if you pay for a year, pay me 11 million. You know, if you do 1 million, that's 12 million. And so many of the customers were glad to pay us 11 million, that is in advance. So as they paid the 11 million, I took those money and invested it. I'm glad to inform you that that very year, gross salary of everybody, including myself, was paid from investment income. Interest on that money that they collected in advance was what was used to pay for everybody's salary. So the profit from operation was there for us all to share. If you are feeling tipsy, you can please stand up. You know, I told you say for. So some courses from your father's house. They will tell you why not sleep. They will tell you, yeah, should be a once I tell you about it, that's right. They will, I know it now. Are we together? Okay. Which state that the purchasing power of 1 unit of currency can vary over time? We do some exercises and you will be amazed. Finance aims to price asset based on their risk level. I'll be talking about risk also and their expected rate of return. How many of you heard of a scheme called FMN before? So that's the you know. Share about here. Hello. It was also introduced to me, and I said, forget it, I'm not going to fall for it. And you know, somebody close to me said, yeah, okay, this thing is working on, you put 20,000 naira this one, next one it will become 20,000. Those of us that study finance know that your expected rate of return must be compared with the risk. The higher the return promised, the higher the risk. And so each of us at various levels must understand your own risk appetite. Your own risk appetite will be different from mine. The risk appetite of my son should be bigger than my own. Because if a child that is 5, 6 years old, if he falls from here and breaks one hand or breaks one leg, in 6 weeks or 8 weeks, he's back on his feet, he's playing football again. But you now break your leg at 60. Are we together? So once upon a time, the secondary school I attended, it was usual for us to want to do competition, to want to see who will run to that gallery first and jump down to there. It was just fun. We will jump. We did all manner of risky things. But now you now tell me you are going to pay me 1 million, even 3 million, that you go and jump from that beside the place. So you must therefore evaluate your risk with where you are in life. If I were to be 20 years younger, there are certain risks I will take that I can't take now. The way I could afford to lose money 20 years ago is not the same way I can afford to lose money now. And so that's the return and the risk. Okay, staying afloat is a choice, but comes with a cost. When we say you stay afloat, that means you are not sinking. Your boat is not capsized. Can a ship stay afloat without management? Maybe for a while. It will be, but even if it's staying afloat and it's not controlled, it will be drifting here. Hey, this is Panuka, I did love it. Oh, the one is madam. I would love it. You'll be flogged here and there simply because you don't understand. Now, let me not do as if I don't show empathy. I told you something that you have lost money. Although I have to around. The truth is this. You only pay over. Are we together? You only pay for your ignorance. What we pay for is our ignorance. The story was told of a politician that was running for a particular meeting, and then his vehicle broke down. When the vehicle broke down, there was, oh, what will happen now? What will happen now? What will happen now? And then the roadside mechanic came and said, oh, that was the problem I can fix it. Then I will pay anything to get this vehicle fixed. And the man said, okay, you start the engine, start, okay, hold on. Then get down, and then went somewhere, and then touch something, and then started it, and the thing will go out to life. And oh, thank you. How much do you want to take? And the guy said, I'll take 101,000 naira. So you just went in and you touch somebody. And said, yes, sir. For touching somebody, I'm charging you 1,000 naira. For knowing what to touch, I'm charging you 100,000 naira. So what you pay for is your ignorance. I have also lost money before. So I know what it means to be introduced money. Can you imagine working in a multinational for 7 years and all your savings went away because of ignorance? I said, I thought I was going to retire at a point below 40 that I will not work for anybody again. And all my investments went away. because of ignorance. So all these things I'm teaching you, I have to learn it by fire, by force. And if it is wickedness, if I've gone through that one, and I allow some of the way you are going to continue, and then all this opportunity that is coming your way, you blow it again. I don't need to see you. You know, look, I was discussing with head of service. He said during promotion interview late last year or two, he said she saw some people that they work together before. She said, my God, I became very sad. She said she felt it for about this. Yeah. What has happened to this one? What has happened to this one? So she said, please, this one you are teaching, come and teach like it was. So it's a wonderful thing that I'm offering you. I know some will take it, some will give whichever one. Okay. Management is about planning, about controlling, about directing, decision making, organizing. Those of you that read business management, you know all this one. So if you don't then know how to plan your finances, you will run into trouble. If you also don't know how to control, planning is how you sit down, then with your wife and plan, okay, salary has increased, incentive has come. I wasn't expecting this money. What do I use it for? Go and lose, marry a second wife, or I know what's on YouTube now. Hello. You know this thing is faster than Tara. Leave your neighbor alone. Are we together? So you must plan. But I've also realized that no matter how much you plan, many of the times things go out of plan. You have planned that you have set your car. You have told the steering wheel that this is the way you are going straight to, and you are now accelerating, and you remove your hands from the steering wheel. After a while, you see that the car is going either to the left or to the right. And that's why you now need control. Your steering wheel is the control. Because when the vehicle is going to where you don't want it, you have to quickly tilt it. But when you don't have any plan at all, then every road is a road. And like documentary people will say, oh, look, I was telling to some people that when they say, it means that the person is losing track, is losing road here, there is no landmark. The reason why we said come to the Chichibu and you all came here is because there's a landmark. Is in government house, is it? But if you came here and then there is no building and there is no landmark, and you get lost in a place where there is no landmark, is a trouble. I know what I'm talking about. The first time I went on a boat cruise, we got to the we couldn't see any building. You look at your left, right, left, center, everything was just water. And I've also had the pleasure of flying in the cockpit of an aeroplane before. And that was the first I told myself I wouldn't do it again. It was adventure. Because I realized that the pilot was not saying anything, it was just clear sky. And we are being controlled by people on the ground. Come to 20,000, I've not seen them in the press over the world. Come up to so they gave me food I don't feel job. So you also now need to master how to control your finances, your expenses, your expenditure. And that's why when I see some request, we want this, we want that. We need to control it. At times you said, if you have not been controlling our expenses, we will not have been able to do some of the things that we have done at the end of this. Some of you that we have called upon to come and pick tables in the zone of this will not be able to do it. The work that is going on at this will not be able to do it. We can collect all the money and work it, and when you don't have any particular direction, everyone lives there. And of course, directing also, guiding us. That's why we have a boss to say, no, go this way, go that way. And some of you make you are the boss at home. Your wife has no say, your finances. I pity you, but if I am to, you need pray. Checking your habit. You need it. Once upon a time, there was a couple. And the wife said, sweetheart, I think we should buy this property. It's just for 4.5 million. You have the money. Let's invest and buy this. And the man said, what do you know about this? So this is my area, this is my people. What do you know about investment? What do you know about real estate? Blah, 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 and talk and talk and talk and talk out of it. And decided to invest the money into shares. And of course, the first few months, the share was, you can see, I know what I'm thinking. But by the time share bought at 44 naira, came down to 4 naira. So you can then imagine. Because the man fed the wife, who is a doctor, knew nothing about finance, forgot that women have the power of instincts. They have the power of knowing that Twitter, only man will buy. And then just fully despise that woman. Who is that man? I mean, so since that time, profs, I'm thinking of this. Once you say, sister, maybe you won't know. I will hold on. Because once meeting, try sharp. So you that you are, and what do you know about them? You are the head of this family. My head is up. Together. I'm teaching you practical truths. You that you say, my husband should not have an idea of my finances. Good luck to you. Òun tiraka láti kọ́lé, ó tiraka láti sọ fún fi ìwọ́n ṣàrà gold. It's okay. If tẹ bá dẹ̀ pa kẹ́tẹ́kẹ́tẹ́, bùkátà tẹ gbé fún nìkan, ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀dà gbé kan yìí, ẹbí kúndó ti ẹrù yìí àmì. Hello. And so it's proper for husband and wife to be able to discuss the issue of finances very well. I don't want to talk too much of that because I worked in a relation before where they were giving us, if your wife give her, they give you cartons of cellular, cartons of nutrient and the rest of it there. And then one day HR now said wife report, and they were now discussing some of the things that they were doing for the other. And so because they were not the that they will send it at the gate. And I said, back road. You can imagine the kind of things we fool ourselves when we are not transparent to our partners. Decision making means the kind of decision you take based on money. When money comes into your hand, what is the first thing that appears that appeals to you? Good luck to you. Organizing also, how do you work? Let me go faster. Later, they are not taking my time. I'm only doing practical so that you understand what we are talking about. Organizing also is part of business of management. Now, the law of finance is like gravity. If I throw this thing up, it's going to come down. When you break any of these laws of finance, you will be broke and you'll be broke. Are we together? There are certain laws that make things work. There are principles that make the light to be on. There are principles that make the laptop to work. When you break those principles, don't expect it to work. And the same thing as the law of finance. And I'm asking a question there. Is it possible to have no financial leakage in a day? You understand what we're talking about? Is it possible in a day that you will not spend money? It's possible, Mr. Nicola. How? Is it possible to do that? It's practically impossible. Hello? The only thing is that it may be your husband that is spending the money. It may be your parent that is spending the money. Even the young baby there that doesn't know the cost of pampers, that pampers will be free now. Are we together? And some of us don't even know that water has a cost. Where I live, I know how much I spend in treatment of water every now and then. Water is not free. So I get all out when they are washing and don't be using 4 buckets when you can use 1. Because when I said poverty wants to give some people a bridge, you are laughing. When you are not conscious that water is not free, You are going to treat what is not free as free. And you will waste resources. And at the end of the day, Bible talks about poverty coming like a strong man to bind some people in Proverbs chapter 6. Staying afloat is dependent on how the canal is managed. There are times to offload. In Acts chapter 27, the Bible says that when the ship was about sinking, they were not throwing things out. There are times to offload. What some of you are carrying is too much. Offload. Plus, which you have not won for the last how many years, offload it. Let it bless another person so that another one will come into you. Are we together? Things that you don't need, can you pass it on? I worked in an organization before that it's a crime for you to keep anything that you are not using. Once you are not using that computer again, you submit it so that it can be sold. Because even when you are computing your financial issue, put and go know what I'm talking about. You are saying capital asset employed. It's 1 million. Money generated is 100,000. Your ratio is going to be bad compared to the person that says asset employed 500,000. That person is using 500,000 to generate 100,000. You are having to use 1 million to generate the same amount. It's ridiculous. But that's what many of us do. Are we together? There are also times to bail out water. If you don't write it out, it's going to pursue you until the rest. It could be one habit. Is it not just a stick of secret? How much is it? You don't look harmful. Is it not just one? I don't drink alcohol. It's just malt. How much is the bottle of malt? Okay. Is it not just 600 naira? I just drink one a day, and then I eat of 400. That's just 1,000. What is that? A big one. On continue. There are times for you to party, and there are times for you to stay afloat. What is required is your knowledge. Knowledge is required to know what is the best choice per time. There are times that you have to sell off some assets. That you use that money for something tangible. This is one of the ridiculous things I find in Africa. We hold tight to so many things. How many of you have had contract before? They come in the other one, you have had. The real name is Kanga. That seems Shagaya. He knows me one of the same word before. And when he wanted to form that company, he was asking us, what is the Yoruba word for where? He said Kanga. That was how what you call Kanga. He's a serial investor. Young man. I'm not sure it's 50 yet. Young man. But he's extremely cerebral. If he's thinking and you enter a shopping center, he will get you up. He's always thinking when he starts a business, he's thinking about how he will exit that business from the day it starts. Are we together? He started a company called Emotion, which I was privileged to manage. And that company called 20 in December. He sold, by the time I joined, he had sold his own shares, I think, to about 5%. You can imagine if you invest something, maybe you invest, let's say 1 million to a business, and then you were able to add so much value. And I tell you are selling it, you are now selling like 50 million. And you move on, and you now invest most of that 50 million in another business. Look, all these things is a function of your knowledge. And that knowledge is one thing I find missing in equity in particular. Want to move on? Why do you desire to flourish? If you want to prosper, raise up your hand. Okay, there's one hand there, not raise up there. Any other one is not raised up. Okay, now, if you want to prosper, Why? What is the purpose? Why do you want to prosper? What are the reasons why we want to prosper? Anybody? Ìbá lè mójú pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́. Ìbá lè wọ aṣọ ìgbà. To enjoy life. Ìgbàfà mi. Which one again? To oppress. If we not talk about the yes. So that I have time to say, yes, somebody has come. Let me tell you one thing. The more the reasons why you want to prosper and flourish, the better for you. But you must ask yourself, will it glorify God? If you are using that with your intention to use it to oppress others, will it glorify God? Is it for selfish purpose? What percentage will you use to be a blessing to God and to humanity? You know, because when you understand it, if you understand my thinking process, then you'll be able to understand why sometimes Chama will look like but when you don't understand my thinking process, you just keep on having conflicts. Because I can't stand it that you walk with me or you are close to me and sorry, I need my be cold. A lady once lived with us. I asked her to pack her loyal bag and go back to her parents' house. And the mom was proud. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Ṣó jalè did no? Ṣó kọ́kùnrin no? Ṣé ó dẹ̀ did no? Ṣé ó wù ẹ̀bàjẹ́ no? Then why? I said, she's to read DC. She's always watching television. And once I said, that's her responsibility. Now, baby, the way we could be like it, when she like it. Our year, it became of the Orient, it confirmed. And you father, sort of. So the whole glory of God, she went back to her family, and then I was now missing her. And Nikki, I think my papa was actually, was living. But after about 4 years, she came. Then why did you run from me? But I said, I didn't understand you until I went back home. Oh my goodness, that day. She said, I went back home. I'm not joking, and I now understood. And I now vowed that until I asked for exam, I won't come into it. On our wedding day, she insisted I be jam. As they know, let me play some down. Because she now understood why I push her again. So she's like a daughter now. When she comes into my house, the children, even with our own children, you see them, I'm not a big daddy, I'm not grandpa, that kind of thing. But if I just what would I be a lot today? But for some people, once you discipline them like this, forever you are their enemies. I hope we don't have such people in the house. Financial promotion is better accompanied with spiritual elevation. Otherwise, your finance, your money can now become an idol, which you now begin to place before God. Okay, I don't want to preach so much. Earning is a function of learning. Now, when I graduated, I had the opportunity, I had one of my church members who was the managing director of the bank. I was the office, and so he liked me. It was like, bring your CV, come and work in the bank. And I had another one that was the director in the bank. And I said, no, I don't want to work in the bank. And they said, what's wrong with you? I said, I want to learn accounting. So I will go to audit to learn. So when people were earning 3-4 times what I was earning, I went to learn. Unfortunately, those ones that were anything, I'm not sure we can stand together and not people can be better. So some of us, I know it's just, look, there are a lot that you are learning here that you don't know. Head of service was sharing one of us that then was saying that the lady left and the lady kept on crying. Some of you will know, and the lady left I remember she was related to head of service. Head of service said, every time they talk, I'm meeting careless. I learned so much. I learned so much. Some one learn things that you back work. Assets and liabilities. Assets are those things that you use in generating financial benefit. Liabilities, well, some of us have said liabilities to be so much enemies. They will say, liability, and that liability is meant to be a woman that is not working. That is actually not so. Liability could be a leverage. You have 100,000 of your own money to do a business. You can get 50,000 from somebody else so that you have 50,000, and you can then buy cheaper and then make better profit. That's what liability is. It's not a negative word the way illiterates interpret it. But you must now know how to manage your assets and liabilities. If you don't couple them well, and your liabilities never begin to grow bigger than your asset, you will run into problems. If I get a job, they know how to stay at home by learning how to swim. Wisdom is therefore required for you to know where to seek for finance. Because I advise, as I did, I think they advise people. Look, if you are not, somebody seems to be doing very well in business. When I was introduced to him, and I tried to look at the books and I said, you are not doing well, sir. I couldn't convince him that I wasn't doing well. You are not doing well. Well, I said you are using short-term funds to finance long-term projects. There's no way you'll be able to meet up. He told me, no, Mr. Latano, I don't want pessimists around me because you don't know how I run my business. Even when banks gave me offer letter, I used not to check it. I'll just sign it because I know within 6 months I will return their money. Even when they give me facility for a year, 6 months I will return their money. I said, okay, this project you are financed, your own money is becoming too small. And so if anything should happen, you will be in trouble. He did not understand it until they ran into that problem. So please, if you're going to have to do, I will be letting God get. When and how to dispense your inflows, the money that is coming into your hands, are you going to use it for consumption? Which part of it are you going to save? Which part are you going to invest? Which part are you going to give? Maintaining the appropriate balance is what we are here to look into together. If you are riding a bicycle and you don't want to walk, you must keep on pedaling. The bicycle must keep on moving. It's not every one of us that can ride the bicycle on the spot. Me and down and up. So you just keep on moving forward, but you must know how to balance everything. That's the Bible passage that says, if any will not walk, neither should he eat. Now, what are some factors of production that we learn in our basic economics? All those ones are preamble. Oh yeah, what are the factors? I've listed one there. Capital. What's the next one? Good. Clap for yourself. Is that all? Which is the other one? I've told you before. The new one is information. You can have land. You don't have information about that. You will send it. This Lagos I just went to, I was told by somebody that he has sold his house and he has rented a land. And I was discussing with another person. This person sold his house. He said, yes. He said, but if you know how much he sold it, you will pity him. He sold his house at an amount that is just actually above the land, the cost of land in that place. No information. It's like you could have sold that house at 10 million. Because cost of land in that place is already, let's say, 8 million. You now sell the house 8.5 million. No information. Are we together? So your land, you don't have proper information, even capital. You don't know how to solve for capital. You don't know that you can syndicate loan. You don't know how to negotiate with the bankers. They will kill you. Yes, my phone. There was something that was said to me. I told the HR, where are you? Don't see me. Where is she? William and Waka, don't say to me. Oh, yeah, quick. The people said this to me. Just this today. We are reading it now.
Great news. You are pre-qualified for a quick credit instant loan of up to 5 million at 2.95% monthly interest. Apply on GT World, internet banking, or dial star 737 star 51 star 51. Terms and conditions apply.
Thank you. You did the terms and conditions here. No, they just said great news. You are qualified for a quick credit of 5 million at 2.95 monthly interest. Is that what you see? 2.95. Who's the bank of 5 million? 2.95 to 3%. Bank of 5 million. It's not even more than one. It's not even up to 1 to do. And so you go ahead and you press and you press and you press. When you lack information, you will grow in that place. And that thing will end up. I wanted to give an example, but Holy Spirit said no, so that I won't embarrass the person. Some of you, then go laugh for anywhere. Then go cash. And you don't weigh the risk. You are destroying your future. I know one of our colleagues that will not sleep for this. I have to beg and I let to pay him. He did it, listen to me. I'm not joking. And you know, these people are trickish. They will tell you 2% per month. And you will not know that 2% per month is compounded. And then when you multiply by 12, some people say 5% per month. So you are aware that at the end of the year, you'll be paying 60%. That means within 2 years, you would have paid more than double of what you collected. I worked with an organization before, and they took a loan about 4.something billion. At the time we were discussing that loan and go to over 8 billion. And I called the bankers, what happened? Can we check the interest and the calculator? And I realized that they are overcharged interest by about 65 million. And they said, October, the overcharge is just about 45 million. I think you get this. So he who goes and borrowing. So as much as possible, example basic. Now, capital. Look, we're talking about factors of production. Capital is not necessarily money. This is where talking about business. For that woman that the prophet of God said, okay, go and borrow posts and begin to pour oil inside. The capital is not money. Are we together? Your capital can be your idea. Your capital can be something that is not even so useful to you. You contribute in that percent and it begins to fetch you money. Who gets more as talking during celebration, the poor or the rich man? Answer, you know, I just spend my time talking about the rich man. So you are learning. Thank you for all your gifts. Thank you for your donation. Thank you. For I tell you sincerely, with the flow money in Africa, the money with the flow for burial, or birthday, or naming, or wedding, we dey try. And I pity this generation more. Because when we were wedding, it was not unfashionable that we use a bamboo, what do you call it now? Atibaba. That you use palm fronts, you put one bamboo, use palm front, and you use that one as your canopy. Now, if you do that one, they will blame you. You have to hire more. It must be air condition. You must do this one, you must do that one. By the time you look at cost of getting married, even on wedding night, okay, your boy is taking pay half, you see. If you understand capital, you can get life into the assets that you have. Some of you, What you need to make it is in your hand. Meanwhile, you are still going looking for capital. In the logo by, in the logo by. Look, the land that your father left abandoned from them. Can't you do something about it? And the land is just there. You rule or not, you rule. Meanwhile, people in that neighborhood are looking for something that you can do. Are we together? With my late father-in-law, I once visited and that uncle, myself, and my wife, we called him Uncle Kiloka. And that was because when I was introduced to him as the person that wanted to marry Dr. Latombe, he said, Kiloka, Kiloka, to find the doctor. So we were referring to him as Kiloka. Uncle was half illiterate, but he had some common sense. Uncle bought a land in Akuti. For many years, he could only do like 2 bedroom. He just read like Grand Chapel. And then one day, NTNRP, they said they wanted to put mast in his compound. He said, you are welcome now. He negotiated with them. They gave him 3 million naira. So Uncle said, okay, no problem. Went ahead, sank a ball, put scaffold, put tank there, and then began to sell water. He was retired, 20 naira per bucket, 10 naira per bucket. Uncle began to make money. He bought generator. And then with some of the extra money, Uncle now removed the roof and built on top of it. Uncle now started doing another 3 bedroom, I think about 2 or 3 bedroom. So Uncle died a rich person. Because sometimes we don't know the value of what we have. Mi ò mọ, mi ò mọ orí kọ, mi ò mọ nílì, mi ò tún mọ̀ pé irun dídì yìí náà ni mo mọ̀. That's an asset. But because you would have despised that thing that is in your hand, you have made it worthless. Meanwhile, it's a lot. You have an opportunity. I know a woman that traveled to the UK to see the sun. And because in Nigeria, yeah, she's a tailor. And before knowing, all church members, they were passing through. Mama padà wá pẹ̀lú pásítẹ̀tì. Wọ́n yóò fẹ́ lọ́jà yìí nígbà ọ̀gbá mi lóyìnbó fẹ́ ọ̀gbá mi máa mi. So you can inject life into whatever is in your hand. And let us also note one point here. Capitalists are one of the capitalists, either you accept or you don't. They don't want to give you capital. That is why you go to the bank. They will ask for your father, your great grandfather's burial certificate. They will ask for your great grandmother's marriage certificate. They will make it so difficult for you. And that's why the government and the other capitalists who want to take the biggest risk, either you run away or because they are taking the risk, they will now ask you to pay 5%. And when you are desperate, then you don't take it. Please, if you are taking loan, be it from a bank, be it from government, make sure that loan is not to buy people. That loan is not to pay school fees. That loan is not to pay house rent. I have been sincere with you. Because once you start buying with that one, that you are now what you should be breaking, because some of you what you are paying as school fees is beyond your income. You just want to pay them. As one couple of you don't see early primary school. You understand me? And you don't want to go. You want your child. See, you know, I was living in Lagos for years. I see parents. When I heard what one school was paying, it began to kill okay. Nursery primary school. Them as 4 million per time. Give me everything they for. I go television. I go. I know all in the name of my child attends. My child attends. You are embracing poverty. If you have the means, okay. But if you don't have the means, and that's why that Matthew 25 it said, for unto everyone that has shall be given and shall have abundance. But for me, I have not. I want to worship and I don't go to it. All right. I'll tell you a story before I move on of this. One of our bishops from Nigeria wanted a loan from the bank, and then it was Baba Adetunde that told the story first. And I put the bank and they said, I will give you the loan provided you have a secure, you have a collateral security. He said, do you have a house? I said, yes, I have. He said, where is the fail at all? Now I know we collect that now. We want to take to Lagos. We want to use part of our problem in Africa is we always have defective capital. You want to put, you are living in a marine house in Ladoya. Pay maybe 1 million, I don't know how much they pay, maybe 500,000 per annum. And you say, you need a voice, and you will now go to your village. Why am I and you now go there to go and build duplex. And you go there only once a year. No, I'm just, we could be stupid. Let me tell you a true story that touches my heart. I gave this talk casually, not elaborately like this. I just said it casually to someone. I didn't know I was doing a stone until an old man, he's now in his 70s, came and said it publicly before the church. He said, Church, every time Mr. Olatono. And I was embarrassed, what did I do? I said something like this casually. That man had a building road that he was doing that only once a year. Meanwhile, in his house, he had a big land, but he just built 2-bedroom, boys' quarter. And he couldn't do much on it before he was retired as a bank. He said, when I had that notification, I just went to my father. He got people in his older than me. They went to go, I didn't know. They sold that house, brought the money to Lagos, built an apartment of 4 flats. They moved into one, rented out 3, and they beat him. And they said, sir, you'll have been jail now. So some of the things I'm saying now, I have had some feedback. Don't go and invest in defective capital. Ilé tó o lè fi yáwó, ilé tó o lè fi dókòó, ilé tó yẹ ká ọjà, àlọ́fẹ́ tí abẹ́rẹ́ ilé ìwé ṣe ìdíje. So let's be careful. Assets, most of our assets are in defective form. Mansions in the villages. I don't want to mention the person that needs to go with missing. No. One thing here, man. Director, I can show. Some of our buildings, no documentation. When banks ask, okay, do you have a letter? Where is the paper? No. See or go? No. I can call it, it should be like Baba, you need that paper. Well, no. Please, I also want to tell you the story of somebody that approached my friend when he was in what used to be Equity Bank, that was eventually part of Intercontinental, of course, part of what we call asset fund now. This elderly man came to them. He needed to do his eye surgery bed and needed a lot of money. And so he approached the bank to take a loan. And they asked him, Baba, do you have any house or anything that we can use to secure this loan? Baba said, I don't have. They said, do you have shelter? I have some shelter. Come to my house. Because Baba asked some shares that he was buying. It was IBK that was telling me about his father buying shares. He had some shares, Unilever, Nestle, and whatever that he was buying. And anytime he sent certificate to Baba, he will call his photographer, he will glaze it. All he was boasting about the shareholder was literally the whole from there. And by the time my friend went to his house, and they saw the thing, Baba, 1973. This year has going to be the, they now told Baba, just bring this. The loan you want, you don't need the loan. They help him dematerialize it and sold it. only for back to realize that he was a multi-millionaire. He was sitting on gold, but he didn't know. If you know the story of Agar, the domestic help of Sarah, when he was running from the master, the Bible talks about that baby being thirsty. And then she was tired. And she threw the baby at the corner and said, well, God, if you want to take the baby, take a crack. But the Bible also records that when God heard the voice of the baby and the voice of the mother, God opened her eyes to a well of water. No, the well of water had been there, but the eyes were not. Tell your neighbor, let your eyes do. Are we ministering to somebody? That man didn't know that he was sitting on gold. So they had to help him take all the down and then gave him money. It was like a asking. We can decorate many meal. There are some things that you are also using to decorate. That if God should open your eyes, who you may not even fit your space again. Make her know to be. I'm not such a boss that I said, don't go, you cannot go anywhere. Also knows. I don't say don't go. You know why? When I when I was in India, I got this, I got this. Some of you have to go. Some of you have to stay. Some people have to do it. It's just natural. When a particular water doesn't release water, it will become like the Dead Sea. Some of you have to be released to go and walk elsewhere, to go and shine. And because that's where somebody like me will be doing. If I enter some offices today and I see people welcoming me, I'll be happy. And the other time I traveled to the US, it was one of the people that I've worked with before that said, sir, where are you going to stay? I said, I'm thinking of booking hotel, maybe one room for myself and my wife, but the prices I'm seeing, when I convert it to Naira, just say, okay, I'll call you back, sir. He said, we'll call me back. The next thing was, he sent me something, he said I should feel something by the time I feel it. And then I like, he had booked for a week for an apartment for myself and my wife. We just went there and said we should just push the code. We just push the code on the door. The door being open. Big place, sitting room, TV, kitchen, everything we need. Are we together? Except Nigeria food. Another person that was in town. Yeah, kill the one here. And I said, I'm coming. Now she came with assorted Nigeria, higher assorted Nigeria glory fishes. Are we together? So, that's why I want to plead with those of you that we are holding knowledge, we are on that today, we are pressing those and that. Never know when it will be your place. I got a message yesterday that feed me so much. One of the people, the guy that bought food, that took food and brought for me, he sent me something yesterday. And okay, I will just, don't let me have somebody to read it, but at least you can believe me. He said, sir, rejoice with me. My team have just won a grant of $4.7 million to carry out the research. When I did the conversion, that's over 7 million naira. They gave it to him, Ologa, to him and his team to do a research. It's my own joy when I see people that are passed through me excelling. I will call it society. Come back, and I tell you, some of them come for consulting, and they made it, and I appreciate it. Because you really say about those of another one time you them there. Well, so you know him. Yeah, I know him. And we're able to tell you know him. A good night, the next so bad. Oh no, come in English, you are the second to Mama get the man that is talking. As a 2019 or so, that we met again, that I consulted for him on this transaction. He had a single warehouse that the goods there was more than 500 million. It's rich by all standards. A dollar is fasted. So it's my joy when people that have passed me begin to excel. It was now saying, sir, not for your parents. They don't use that for me. I said, no, you are not my teacher. The teacher said, well, I said, okay, the Grammar School 1981. What he said wasn't a pleasant from. Well, are you bad? What is, are you a bad? It was my music teacher. No, it was my music teacher then. So he didn't imagine that I would be so sweet. But then, there are some other teachers that would embrace you and say, that's my student. I am moving from capital. Hello. I'm moving from capital to land. Since God created heaven and earth, how many plots of land has He created? And after Genesis, how many extra land has He created? No. And how many people did He create the land for? Adam and Eve. How many are we now? Over 7 million. So, in the knowledge, the woman was together. Can you do how many businesses can you do in this time? When you start, in the knowledge, the woman was together. And so that's why when you want to fight poverty, it has been a major source of fight. It's always possible. So what do we do? If you can't get the big land, if Germany can cooperative land in a new revenue grid, they don't be as if I have the power to give the land. I don't have this other bit of any that can give any land in any way. You know, can you get a space? That space will even be a website on your TikTok where you can buy and you can sell. Can you rent? Can you sell? Can you lease? Can you do lease back? Can you partner with developers? Because me now, if I did here, and you will say, you don't put over you go, or talk of something you, it ain't just no because to rock. I brought no because to rock. I mean, I'm going to explain. Let's more than 130,000. Wọ́n fi 10 million nà mí lọ bí mo ṣàkọsílẹ̀ no na mo ṣe wọ́n bẹ̀ mí. Are we together? Bí ẹ jù take good note of it. I have not sold it, so no capital gain. Total. And you know what I'm thinking about? With all this law, I'm not even planning to sell. What I'm planning to do is to buy we develop and comment is already a fucking computer. Yes, now part of our problem in Africa and no. People need for me. No, come on, it's meant for Allah the night. Sharp, we near your country. Are we making sense? You don't need to build all the land. Give it to those that have the capacity. Instead of the land between there. Or for me to just sell it, because I always believe that whoever sells land, don't lose. I thought that I only 130,000. But no, the best now. All over now. They put more back and went there. I went to that 1 million period. That's okay. Thank you for coming here. If only there, nobody wanted after child. Well, it's become a city. And so I know somebody that said, yeah, those of you that don't because of it, said anything nobody could yaba, they were selling land cheap. And good for nobody said, no. It's like beyond people I'm not going to buy. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ lé méjì náà no. So I want that another time I cross in Yaba go for me. Ó kú kò ní lé kankan ní kòkò níbẹ̀. Pé bí yára kí pray. Òun gbé máa gbọ́dọ̀ mọ oyo tí ilẹ̀ jẹ́ 7 million àti máa ní 7 million 40 million máa tó ní 40 million. ẹ̀yà wa bí tí agbára ẹ̀yà lọ rà á lọ sí oní 7.5 million àná oní 7.5 million yìí mo múra bóyá kí n rà kan sí mo rà kan sí àdáta they are now telling me pé ìgbà tó rà ní 7.5 million ní 2018 they are now selling at 65 million ṣé mi ò ṣe lódìdí. No, I'm just telling you know one thing. If you don't hear some of these testimony, it's just knowing how to make use of your financial understanding. Okay. In search of labor. So I'm not doing land, I'm not going to labor. Employment statistics is used to measure government performance. I want to reach it, but you know many of the time, it is not as if you don't, there's no work. Many people are actually unemployable. People will see lots of cities. The way some people they are seeing Jabba. I remember calling a guy in Lagos years ago. He had a very good grade. When I look at the CV, I said, I called him. I did the CV, I rearranged everything, and I gave it to him. Hold up, I now know why nobody is calling me. You can have a good product, but how are you marketing? Àwọn kan dẹ̀ wà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n máa gbéra pépéré ìpè ní wọ́n ti mú brain but they will present bàtà bá dẹ̀ bèrè kí ni ìyàtọ̀ láàrin capital gain tax àti withholding tax Nigeria too. Who determines your work? That is you now, you are an employee. Is it labor union? How can you tell me? Know something that makes my heart to bleed in it. The labor of Aluta, the labor of unionism. And I look at it. During COVID, I know some professionals that say, government has to do this for us, so they have to do that for us. And I know a particular professor who was smiling. God has never blessed me like this. He was researching, he was making money. Are we together? So if you want to be fighting, our right, continue fighting for your right now. One day, what stops us from sitting down and thinking? And that's why my challenge to people, we are brilliant. Brilliant in work. For example, are you aware that there's a kind of plant that if you have it, your cow will be producing like 4 or 5 times the number of milk that it's producing. Then you see research with it. How will be people like Mama Gelu grass? It's about the sense of nature by universities. They cannot sustain. And that because we are not thinking about how to be self-sufficient. So who determines your work? Is it labor union? Is it capitalist? Or is it politician? Who determines it? Answer. Who determines your work? You know when you say Dangote works so billion. Pastor Law works so million. Direct Life works so. His student wants to. He wants to. Who determines that word? Who determines? Who will help me? Who determines your work? Yeah, you see? Who determines that word? Customer. What you are? What other answer? Knowledge. You know the truth? I determine my word. Emily, you are the architect of your destiny. So rioting, hey, they are supposed to pay me this. At the time that you are rioting like that, somebody else is on the corner. A brother of mine told us a story when he was in Unicamp. He was a student of physics, and those of you that know how easy physics could be. They were reading and reading and reading and reading. He got to a level they now made up their mind that basically open and then they contributed money to go and visit the Babalawo. And they sent some delegates to go and visit Babalawo to give them to do that will enable them to pass the exam. And when they got to the herbalist, it's not a 419 person like some of the herbalists in this side of the world. And then they met the man said, I have a child. But I have a question for you. How many of you are in the standard taxi? How many of you came and they said 4? Baba now said 4 booking. The remaining 26, what do you think they will be doing now? Where do you think they be? He said they may be in class, but what will they do? He said they will be reading. That's all you came in. If I had a child, why am I not in the university? It was a man. Go back and read. Are we together? You are the one that determine your what? How? Your knowledge, the level of knowledge you have, your personality, your purpose, your gifts, and of course, your skill. Also, you have what it takes to solve a problem, or you are a problem because when you don't have any tool to solve a problem, you have become a problem to be solved. Are we together? So your skill and of course your attitude, if you are always in discussion, in every business enterprise, in every opportunity, you always see why it will not work. Then discussion will always be your Lord. But I pray that discussion will not be allowed in Jesus' name. Okay, I want to move faster now. Your knowledge, skill, and attitude decided who handles my bike. Okay, KSA decided who handles my bike tires and what I pay for bottled water. And you know, there was pure water, there was ice water, there was pure water, and now we have bottled water. They are all water. But of course, it's not only God that determines your what, you also determine it. And now we now talk about the other factor of production, which is man or entrepreneur. You know, we talked about land, we talked about capital, we talked about labor. This is economics 101. And now we talk about man, that's the entrepreneur. Money, that's your capital, machine, material, method. They are all useless without man. You need somebody to coordinate, to bring everything together, to make meaningful sense out of this. The man will bring the money for job, he may bring money for yam, he may bring money for soup, he may bring all that. But somebody has to go to the market, mix the onions with pepper, with with all those rest, to produce the kind of soup that is desired. That is desired. And so we need man. Now, there's a big question here. Deformed, misdeformed, or informed. You are either deformed, misinformed, or informed. When you are not informed, you are deformed. That's the information part now. You know, when I was in Better Poliado 50 years ago, we had lecturers. I don't know what happened to them. They were always failing it. Number two, in this result, you see that they will be able to come to class. And so myself and one of my friends, we said, I can do that of you can go back Saturday, Saturday, no way. I said, I made up my mind that the two of us we agree that we are not going to write time. Yeah, these lecturers that were teaching us and we were sweating. They were failing, they were writing the exam, they were failing. Said we are not going to write it. We just started life, go blah blah blah. And then I now got into auditing friend for my 1 year industrial, whatever they call it. And we will use a very big office. Those of us that are Google, we use a very big office. And then they say somebody has passed. I remember one guy emailed me. He emailed me that bank translation when he was talking with them, he want to every man. He graduated from Unilag. They now said he qualified, they now remove him from us. They now put him in one room in an special. I know anytime there was a power blackout, they will remove our own systems. We won't be able to use AC. His own AC will be working. See, man, we serve him, they will not serve us tea. I got another, you know, they know. Said, it's like, even if she is that, and then I found myself in Yaba. And so at the level of PhD1, one guy qualified, another guy passed, another person passed. But I'm a lecturer, then my mentality began to change. An average if it is thinking pattern is to read very well, get a grade, then get a pensionable job, then train your children, build one house in your village, buy a car, go very soon, retire, and then become a liability to your children. Torí ọjọ́ ogún mo ṣe ń tọ́mọ̀. When you pray for me, pé màá jẹun, mi ò dáhùn lọ títí o because lẹ́yìn mi ò dáhùn. Èmi á máa jẹun tèmi lọ káwọn tètè ara wọn ni. Àdúró pé o fẹ́ jẹun ọmọ kan ní táìmù. Hello. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́ fẹ́ máa bí sí kẹ́ máa rẹ̀ sí kẹ́ máa báyìí lórí ilẹ̀ tí lọ pẹ̀lú. For those of us that maybe in the time of ignorance, God has blessed us with multiples, good. But you are starting right now, and you want to live the way I was living then. Right then, I plan to have kids. When my wife and I said, so. But when reality stared at my face, I decided to stay at the level of Shadi's cat. Are we together? Yes, they are good, oh, they will make you to be happy, oh. But I tell you sincerely, if you want them to go to good school, you also know that you can't afford to have so many. Okay, so your orientation must change. If you are not to be deformed, or misinformed, you must always be informed. That environment, you need to qualify, you need to qualify. Now many people say, you know about qualified, you know about qualified. And God helped me. I wanted to qualify at 25, but eventually qualify at 26. Types of finance, you want to move faster now. There's what we call public finance, which ministers of finance, that's what they deal with. Corporate finance, which are finance manager in companies deal with. And then personal finance. Now, which of these three do you think we are talking about today? Okay. Personal finance is more or less about money. Though many names can come in form of salary, even bribe, even from Ashawo, it is still money. And you know, all of them said they will be taxed, no matter the name they are called. Some of my thoughts about money. It's a means of exchange. It's an expression of value. For example, I began to ask my wife, it's just at that time that we are buying, the road was so bad. For you to move from the estate to the main road, you need to spend like 20 minutes. And anytime it rained, it will be so flooded. I remember when we were doing construction, it rained so well that if I roll down my glasses and I did like this, my hand would be eating water. But the estate people decided, okay, everybody contributes so amount. They did the road, they paved it. Within 3-4 minutes, you are on the express instead of 20 minutes. They did the security gate, they improved the architecture before you made bam, 10 million, 20 million, like that. Are we together? So, if you also work upon yourself, the value that you have today will improve. But when you want to remain at the same level, your value is not improving, you are not demanding for higher pay. Who will give you higher pay? You think if somebody, for example, which is not happening there in Nigeria, the gentleman that was the chairman of Kaduna State Revenue Service, you know, when another person was appointed, you know what kind of state government did? They just push it, come and be a chairman. Okay, you think it's the same thing was collecting Kaduna that is now collecting Kaduna? No. If you have worked well and you have improved your value, you will be valuable. I also know that money can pay, and everything and everyone has a prime star. You can increase and improve your own prime star. If, for example, you sell bread, and your package is inside the leaf, you won't be able to sell at somebody that packages it though, as if it was made in London. Are we together? You can be the most brilliant person. You are very brilliant, you are very good, you made the first class. We invite you for interview. You now go red trousers, green shirt, yellow tie, and you combine everything there. And your shoe is shouting hallelujah to God. You are brilliant, quite on it. You can do it your quite on it. Or your packaging, but you may not get it. So you are that will increase your value. That's the same thing, the same 1 naira that was trading for $1 before, now you have to have like 1,500 to get $1. The same way you can increase the value or you devalue yourself. I love to learn about money. If this is where I talk today, I believe you have been blessed. Interest, simple compound, banking, insurances, and some of the things that you can learn under finance. But I tell you, society is all about your habit, about what you do, and what you can, and what you don't do. Now, if I ask you when you collect your salary, who do you pay first? Landlord, your wife, okay, fine, you pay for first, do again. Oh, hello. Praise, yeah. Come. Hello.
What the type, then the corporation control. And if there's more investment like
Okay. Buy something for them. So I thank you, clap for her. Now, earlier on, we said that if you have, if you are in the habit, I don't want to talk about my friends and chat, but this is just a bottle of malt every day. This already, maybe with some stuff, 400, that's 1,000 naira. If I now offer to give you 1,000 naira, no, if I offer to give you 1 million today, I want to give you 1 million, or I offer to give you 1 naira and double it for the next 30 days. Which are you giving? Which say 1 naira? I'm saying I'll give you 1 million today. No. You are saying you take 1 naira. Class for me is your 1 million in Roma. But are you aware? Hello? Are you aware that if you have 1 naira today, we multiply it by 2 tomorrow, it becomes 2 naira. You multiply it by 2, it becomes 4 naira. You multiply it by 2, it becomes 8 naira. You multiply it. Do you know that you'll be worth several millions, more than 1 million in 30 days? I have decided to do a simple table for you. Hello? If you invest 1,000 naira a day for 360 days in a year, that's 360,000 naira at 15% interest. That means at the end of the year, you have 54 naira as your interest. And then your principal and interest at the end of that year will be 440 naira. Is that one clear to us? If that 440 naira, you now invest it again. I don't know whether this thing has a pointer. Oh, does it? Okay, no problem. But at least you can see what we're talking about. Okay, if 414,000 naira, you now have another 360 for year 2. And then you add the two of them together and you calculate 15% interest. The interest will be 116 naira. At the end of year 2, the whole money will now be 890 naira. If you now bring that 890 naira to year 3, and you add the 360 naira again, and you charge interest of 187,000. At the end of year 3, how much will your money be? 1.4 billion. If you now go to year 4, you invest that 1.4 with 360 that you save for that year, your interest rate will be 269. Are you aware that it's coming closer to the annual principal you are investing? At the end of that year, what are you going to get? 2,067,000. Year 5, you invest that 2,067,000. You add the 360,000 to it, What are you going to get as your interest at 15%? 364. That's more than the principal you have been at. And so at the end of that year, you're going to get 2.7. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do this for 10 years, your 1,000 naira per day will turn to 8.8 million. If you do that for 20 years, your 1,000 naira per day will turn to 49 point something million. It's easy to invest. You say no, but some of you can afford that 1,000 naira. But you are ready. The report to me, the man remote. The business is the man business. Are we together? These are the secrets. Hello. Hello. These are the secrets that the likes of Dangote don't want you to know. No, you are. Is it clear to us? Should I go or stop it? So that's why we say that you determine your own destiny. So when you collect your salary and you don't pay yourself first, you want to take care of all the people around you in the village, all the people that are around you. You want to pay house rent, pay everything. You are not paying yourself first. Most of the time, you have people on nothing else. If you want to invest only when you have extra, you will end up never investing. Because from time to time, from time immemorial, the needs of man is so plenty and the resources to satisfy them is not always there. So the choice to pay yourself out is actually your own. And so when you see somebody, two people working in the same organization, collecting the same salary, at the end of 5 years, at the end of 10 years, one is doing very well, can almost employ the other. This is the principle. If you have to now reverse things, and you are not the one that are taking loan, every year you are taking the extra 360. That means that money is also going to be grown until that money you are taking as loan becomes too difficult for you to even pay. And then, like my own mom, my dead mama will say, I don't liquidate. So don't liquidate your life. The little you are collecting at salary. If you can't take 1,000, can you say 500? Are you sure you are not any more than that person at the what's the name of that market? Let's buy your share market. Oh yeah, that's your 500 and I got here. Oh, that's the money. I got here. Oh, that's a friend. I be my friend. Eh? Hello. Anyway, it's all up to you. Hello. I hope you are learning. All right, working in financial wisdom. To continually work in financial wisdom, you need the guidance of God, and you need to keep on updating your financial intelligence. You also need to use Joseph's principle. Joseph said, Father, if we can say 20% of whatever we get in a year, and with the 20% year one, 20% year two, 20% year three, by the time they got to year 7, the savings for the first 7 years was able to sustain them for the 7 years when there was lack of food. That is the end of part 1. So, come on, so that means those that will come tomorrow will have everything. Because I remember these are some things to be listening to people now. You will know how to deal with the capital that is in your hand. You will know how to connect with money. You will know how to retain money. You will know how long you will work for money. You will know how the money can work for you. And you will also know the quantity of money that will be enough for you. And you may not even know what to do with your money. Do you want to miss all this? Okay. So because of those, I'm saying we should continue. But expect before you expect money. When money comes into your hands, you can treat it in 5 different ways. One is for consumption. You want to buy sugar, you want to buy bread, you want to buy food, which are necessities. You can also decide to save a part of it under your pillow, or you can also decide to invest it. Where are you going to invest it? With who? At what returns? You can also decide to do business with it and trade with it. You can also decide to sow it, maybe into my life. I know me, I'm a very fertile ground. Now, before you prosper, prosperity is not just when you are prospering physically. It must also support increase in your soul, in your thinking capacity. You must be determined to say, look, I am not going to be poor. You must be determined to say, enough of poverty. Only for some, what did they have? Baba was poor. Mama was poor. They could not send the child to school. And so neighbors were always sending the daughter, we go and buy bread, go and buy that one. And then they impregnated the daughter. And so the daughter had to stop school. And so the vicious cycle of poverty just continues in that way. So if you make up your mind, you must make up your mind to break that vicious cycle. Thinking deepens and enhances and empowers knowledge. Thinking past idea, and of course, thinking is not an easy work. Thinking is tougher than carrying control. And that's why they have said that designed the revenue collected more money than those people that thinking of the land, carrying control. Thinking is a hard work. And therefore, many of us don't want to think. We believe our head is to carry giving or to wear pillar. It's up to you. I want to admonish you. Please, thinking is something you should do. And of course, the Jews are great because they are great thinkers. What you think, that is what you are. Who are the people always thinking and talking about money? Answer me. Who are the people that are always thinking and talking about the money? No, wrong answer. Wrong answer. And the true Christians are salary. Incentive for the poor always thinking about money. Who are the people always thinking and talking about things? I want to buy my car, I want to buy another house, I want to buy rich people, correct? Who are the people always thinking about ideas? Wealthy people. Which one who's they are? They want? Is it money, riches, wealth, or ideas? Ideas. No. So if you're always thinking about money, you are not for thinking. You're always thinking, I want to change my phone, I want to change my dress, I want to change one. Yeah, that's rich man talk. But where did one? Yeah, everybody, Baba told the first one, if you meet people who might go, I go, even if many of them, the inside man, the big cable, Baba la Karana man, the okay, but Bala Kara. Meanwhile, even be a Baba one, Kara 5,000, and Kara will be only 50,000 market. Where they don't make noise, or they don't give you very good. Oh, what I can so my wife goes back. I want to tell something about China. God will help us. Okay, there are processes of being rich. You must recognize your potential. So, Mr. Several of us have potential and we're not making use of it. I was guilty of it. I had my family life saying, as far back as 1996. I wasn't making use of it. And of course, I attended Holy Ghost night one day, and Pastor Adekwe was preaching about how it was possible for prosperity, and how it was called upon to teach. I think I can get maths, and he began to make additional income, to his lecturer money, and God began to bless him. And he taught those students, some of them passed, and then from one school to the other, they were teaching him. So Baba now said, I'm telling you, preaching on 1998 there about, he said, so if you want to be rich, be ready to work hard. And I was working hard. And then the following Friday, there was a meeting my daughter attended, and one elderly man, much older than myself, was now giving a testimony of how he was working, he lost his job in the bank, and then now decided to attach himself to atomic firm, and he was now working towards getting his practicing license. And very soon, another 12 months, I'll be able to get my license, and I'm already working towards getting some client. And my beautiful wife was beside me. Wọ́n já mi lẹ́nu ìgbé à. Ṣé nǹkan tí bàbá yìí tó kọ́ ni ẹ̀bùn ní ọkùnrin ó wà báyìí? Mo bá ilé mi bẹ̀rẹ̀. Mo rò pé àkókò abẹ́lé mi bẹ̀rẹ̀. You have what this old man is looking for and you find it. That's potential. She forced me to bring it out. My parents said, I can audit your people. I can audit your people. The first audit I did was free of charge. By the time we got to about second, third year, and I opened some cankerworms. You know, we cannot just say you won't collect anything. We will begin to give you something. And that probably gave me the 60,000 I used to buy my first landed property in Lagos. When I was selling that years in time, told me that 1.5 million. These are principles that are there. But when we are not thinking about it, when we are not aware about it, we'll just be struggling. Oh, this so that people, those that people, hello, what happened? Well done. Hello. Let me assure you of one thing. Hello. Let me assure you of one thing. We are not canceling incentive. So it's not an intention to say, we are not canceling. But about incentive, there may one. You can pay incentive 10 times. If you don't know what to use it for, if you don't include your situation, that's it is for this one. So that you just get it in mind. So beyond idea is also the fact that God also should be there to guide you and to direct you. Don't think it is just by your knowledge. God can also direct you. Invest into this, don't invest into that, and I pray God will help you. What is in your hand? Hello? 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 Somebody could be fighting, poverty could be dealing with somebody in such a way that even if you ask him, which one do you want? A house as big as Lady Kibogu or 1 million? And I say 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. Money. Money is not everything. Anyway, what is in your hand? This is just asking a simple question. Moses had a rod, and he may not have known the use, but without rod, he parted the rest of it. Do you have any inheritance to latch on? I was telling someone that a friend of mine, we graduated together, I think a record or so, and then he was struggling, I'm looking for job. And I said, brother, you're looking for job. You can play guitar now, you sing better than I do. He said, but what is that? I said, it's something. Today is in the UK. Not as somebody talking in there, but eating with his music that what is in your hand. Tell your neighbor, what is in your hand. What you need to prosper, God has already given it to you. It's just that some of us never know it. Joseph had a dream. David had only a catapult and he became rich. Peter had a boat. Paul and Silas had their voices. They were put in jail. One thing or not. They had a church. They had ọmọ nílé ọlọ́dún. Torí pé mo ṣe deliverance. They now lock me in prison. Ah, this life is not fair. God, and you are up there. I was preaching the gospel. They now lock me up. That's not what they did. The Bible is not that they began to praise God in their voice. And as they were praising God, the praising God for what is in your hand. When you get the of God. Now, some of you have high blood cells. Things you don't need it. Oh, you don't know damage. I was sending someone an opportunity. I said I always buy Santom because I don't. There's no Santom I bought, and then it wasted. They go with it. I no. When I use it, and I get the another one. Most of the time, it's always with anything. I'll pass the one I'm using to my back. The one should pass it to the first one. That one will pass the only two. Then the one that was using, it's about 50. The one that one is using, you will sell it. Hello. I have shown that something. Then sell it. Use the money to buy it. It's how life will be, but you hold so price tag is zero today. All these big fortune companies, Amazon, Disney, Dell, and the rest of them, you know where they started this business? They are partners, they are like similar partners. What potential you can this be developed? Can it be used? Can it be marketed? Very, very important. I got to Lagos after a while. There was no job to take a book on. You have to get your physical skill. My love my church. My own life. In 20 and 20. Wọ́n gba iṣẹ́ tá a kàn ní màmá ẹ̀ ló ń bá ti sọ pé sọ́kọ̀. Ṣé o nílò ìjẹ́? Hello. You are getting your partners in law, that is the people who need a dot. Then something they are Panapi. Who knows the video of Panapi? You don't know. Google it now. Just keep it. Nobody, nobody. Find a deed and speak part of the event. The way we account. There are 4 doctors, 4 lawyers, 4 accountants, 4 engineers.